6.0, reconvene open session, procedural business, 5:30 p.m. 6.1, call to order. The Board of Trustees are hereby reconvening the open session at 5:41 p.m. 6.2, roll call. Trustees identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish quorum. Dana Ridland, trustee area 2.
Scott Kraft, trustee area 4.
Cindy Gardner, trustee area 3.
Gordon's Ready, trustee area 5, Brennan Springs, Arrowbear Lake, Green Valley.
Dr. William Mellinger, trustee area 1.
6.3, Pledge of Allegiance. Priscilla, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Please hand over your heart. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
7.0, closed session report. 7.1, announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. There were none. 8.0, public testimony. 8.1, public comment period for items listed on this agenda and non-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the governing board. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions, though it may not take action on non-agenda issues raised at the public comment period. The board, for example, may refer any matter to the superintendent for review or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. No person is granted any privilege by the governing board to make statements which may be considered defamatory or otherwise actionable by other persons, including district officers and employees. Protocols for speakers. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items within the subject matter of their jurisdiction must complete a speaker's form and submit it to the executive secretary to the superintendent before the meeting is called to order. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Speakers who have complaints against board members or staff are encouraged to seek resolution to those complaints by using the Room of the World Unified School District written complaint procedure rather than orally addressing them at a meeting. The board will not respond to such complaints until the applicable complaint procedure, BP/AR 1312.1, has been followed and has reached the board level. Where a complaint concerns a district employee identifiable by name, position, or other facts, the board cannot respond until proper written notice has been given to the employee pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Decorum. The governing board is interested in the ideas and opinions of all stakeholders and endeavors to incorporate community views into its deliberations and decisions. At the same time, it must be able to conduct its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code Section 54957.9, audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. The public's understanding and cooperation are appreciated. 8.2, public comments. We do have one. It's Jamie Steinson, representing football/leadership. And please hit the button so the red light comes on.
Hello. So as parents, we are faced with decisions when it comes to raising our kids all the time. One of these being, will we seek resources off this mountain or will we stay here and invest in the community? Some of us stay here for convenience. Many of us stay here because the relationships on this mountain are meaningful and life-changing to our kids, not just in the classroom, but on the field. I'm thankful that my son had the privilege of participating in this year's 9-1 football season. We want you to hear us as parents, though. Sports do really matter to us, but it's not just to watch and to cheer. A professor at Harvard Graduate School of Education set out to study learning in core classes, and what he found surprised him. I quote the professor, "The periphery of schools was often more vital than the core. In the core classes, they found students who were passive and bored, in contrast to extracurriculars like dance, theater, sports, newspapers, and more that were full of student passion and apprenticeship-style learning. We argued that these spaces were not only more fun and engaging, but they also offered better platforms for learning, unquote. Our mountain offers unmatched tranquility, but also fewer opportunities. And this makes relationships that anchor our kids to work ethic, perseverance, and yes, play that much more important. Sports is something that people will move to another town for, and parents are already talking about how they won't be back as a result of how this CIF situation was handled. We want to remind you that we are depending on you to do what's best for our kids. Sometimes policies appear to cater to keeping adults comfortable rather than accountable. There is a saying that if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And it sometimes feels like we're watching that play out in real time. What our kids experienced regarding CIF was heartbreaking and disastrous. For our future generations, we need to learn from this, and we want assurance that this board and leadership will reflect on what went wrong. Specifically, how do we create a more supportive environment for those who do put in extra time for our kids in extracurriculars? What are the systemic issues that don't allow leaders to stay and thrive? We have a lot of turnover in leadership here. Does the board and leadership, looking back, see that there could have been interventions that were more supportive of past leaders or even just the football community on a smaller scale? As a parent and volunteer, it does feel like red flags and systemic failures are brought up and sometimes ignored. The problem is when that you are vague in responses, then as a community, we speculate. We invest hours, we invest dollars, and we give you our kids, and we expect you to be wise stewards of the resources that you've been given. Whether that resource is time, money, volunteers, or the people you manage, we could be so great. Just like we need to fight to preserve the beauty of this environment, we need to fight to the erosion in relationships and trust that takes place when we encounter things like this. We can't change what happened, but we can try to be better for future room students.
Thank you. Point three, Red Teachers Association. We have Mrs. Cook.
Really only need one chair here. Hello, my name is Cindy McCook. I am the secretary for Rim Teachers Association. Nick wanted to be here. She actually drove over here, but she had to turn around. The thought was just too much for her. So I live closest to the video, so here I am. Good evening. I'm Sydney, RTA secretary. So I'm reading her chicken scratch. I'm glad to be here tonight, and I hope everyone is doing well. While this time of year brings joy and celebration, it can also be especially stressful for teachers as they balance the demands of their classrooms and school sites with responsibilities to their homes and families. We are seeing students arrive with increasing economic and emotional needs. Meeting these needs requires additional care and time from our teachers, which without proper support can quickly lead to burnout, which we don't want to see. We want to keep it. We are grateful for the support of our classified staff, whose contributions make our days easier and brighter. We also appreciate the district's openness to conversations about solutions that can help alleviate stress on our educators, such as reduced class sizes, safety provisions, and additional classroom supports. RTA looks forward to continued cooperation, focused on meaningful solutions, and to moving forward together with the best interests of our staff and students in mind. I hope you have a wonderful, relaxing break, and I also hope you call the snow day before 2 a.m. Thank you.
Preferably before I go to bed.
Go to bed at 2 or?
Huh?
Okay.
Go to the bed, jeez. Oh. Something else. 8:30, man.
You want to call before 8:30.
Yeah, let's go.
Is there anybody here from CSEA? Okay, then moving ahead, 9.0 reports and presentations. 9.1 student representative report, Molly Galbraith, Rim of the World High School. Take it away, Molly.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me back. Okay, let's see if my clicker is working.
Bonk.
It's not working. Can you go to the next slide? Ah, was that me or was that you? It was both of us. Okay. So, elementary schools, fun things have been happening this month. I ran as well. I got to make the slides this week, so it was great. VOE's Red Ribbon Week. Woo! They got to do Red Ribbon Week with visits from some local heroes, including the fire department, sheriff's department, and ambulance team. Students learned about safety and community service, a very fun way to tie in student well-being, service, and local community work. VOE also had a arts and culture visit, which seems like a fun time. VOE took a field trip to the high school to get a sneak preview of Crowns and Chaos, which I heard was very good. I didn't get the chance to see it, but a great way to be exposed to performing arts for elementary school students, and it built cultural enrichment. At CHE, they brought back the Rocky Rewards program. So much fun. It's had a huge success with recognizing students who are following Rocky's rules. Students save their reward dollars to earn prizes and the opportunity to spin for principal's prize wheels. Ooh, so much fun. Let's see. They also celebrated Red Ribbon Week at CHE with similar outputs as VOE. And then the Raccoon Reader program started back up. Upper grade students are getting together with lower grade students and read a book during recess time. This is building peer relationships and literary skills. Lovely. We are enjoying great success with our new attendance incentives and activities and hope to continue to build the momentum throughout this winter season. And then at LAE, they've been very busy with the Inland Empire Therapy Dogs. When are we getting them at RIN? I need some therapy dogs. Visiting BMX Good Choices Assembly and the LA Lake Arrowhead Rotary coming to read to our students and weekly VIP assemblies. Man, LA's got some fun stuff. We are looking forward to Friendsgiving activities and getting ready for holiday performances. We've had several fun field trips, lastly, such as the Mountain History Museum, Pally Mountain, and the local Arboretum. So lots of fun stuff happening at our elementary schools this month. At MPH, more fun things. They're also reintroducing their MTSS committee, which continues to strengthen the implementation of tiered interventions. Students are actively engaging with our Tier 1 incentives, frequently redeeming lion loot for popular items such as mini stuffies, Rubik's Cubes, etc., little toys and stuff. I just don't know why we don't still have money, like fake money at high school. I would love to I'm looking at you. It looks like a, I don't know, I want to buy like a pizza party or something. I don't know why that stopped. Let's see. Our first music concert took place on October 21st. Miss Ford proudly showcased the beginning band, advanced band, and orchestra, where the students did an outstanding job. The Halloween dance also took place on October the 29th. Students were able to enjoy dancing, a photo booth, and PTA sponsored animatronics. Which that's cool. Special thanks to the leadership class, PTA, and Mrs. Peets for outstanding coordination of the successful event. Their first Saturday school session engaged students with hand-on STEM activities, and they're pleased to have 12 students in attendance. Let's see. Entering their third week of extended learning tutoring on Tuesday mornings and Thursday afternoons. Students are taking advantage of the extra support, and participation has been steadily growing. And then, yearbook students are at Disneyland today for their field trip. I want to go to Disneyland. Live updates and photos are available on our Instagram page, their Instagram page. The middle school has an Instagram page? That's cool. Okay, next up. Oh, I didn't have to use my clicker. At Mountain, they had their Q3 Real Talk session where they are working towards increasing student credits from 7.5 to 12 or more by focusing on intrinsic motivators and supporting one another. Activities like pumpkin painting allow students to express their creativity and take home their unique masterpieces. Those are some lovely pumpkins, I do have to say. They came out so well. That's such a fun thing. The Positive Masculinity group hosted a bouquet activity demonstrating how a simple flower arrangement can deepen relationships among classmates. Lots of playful new interaction seen on campus between students after this activity alone. That's fun. We should do that too. Amazing to see how positive relationships mean toward on-track graduation rates. In 1 6-week credit check alone, we increased our credit earning capacity by 60%. Soar to the heights you deserve, Eagles. Woo! That's good stuff. RVA. Also everyone's just having so much fun. We're thrilled to kick off our SOAR, SOAR house system for K-8 students. Each student has been sorted into one of our 4 unique houses. Ooh. House of Support, House of Outspoken, House of Appreciation, and House of Relationships. I'm getting like Hogwarts vibes from this. It's cool. Students can earn points individually and as a house through academic achievements and participations in challenges. The house with the most points each month will have their flag flown on campus and be featured in our RVA weekly. That's fun. This week's challenge, email your teacher a knock-knock joke by Friday. Rim Smash Academy and Rim Kart Academy becomes our first tournament in December. Interested in more info? Keep an eye out on Parent Square. And then RVA Mixers are off to an amazing start with our next at the Rim Bowling Alley in Crestline on Wednesday, December 3rd. Okie dokie. And then Rim, I made this one. I'm in yearbook, I took all those pictures, so if you want to take a moment to admire them, you can. Club Rush. I think it happened before this group meeting. I don't know if we talked about the last one, but it's always a great opportunity for all the clubs on campus to be able to like advertise for themselves and gain new members and get a little bit of money so we can like do like fun things that we've been wanting to do. And then we had our Days of Understanding event where juniors and seniors were leaders and they helped work with, I was a leader. It was very fun. We helped work with sophomores building like teamwork skills and like compassion. And it was great. I was a part of the program sophomore year, and then I was a leader junior and senior year, so I really believe in it. I feel like it's just everyone has a fun time, and it like connects people on a deeper level as well, which is always nice. The leadership class went to CATA last weekend, which is I couldn't figure out what that actually stands for, but basically they got to go to Disneyland and like listen to different speakers about like leadership, and then also talk to other leadership classes and like learn from them and what they're doing, which is I've heard a super fun time. I've never been in leadership, but I'd love to go to Disneyland. And then our Spanish club for Dia de los Muertos did an ofrenda and sugar skull painting, which is so fun. It's become a bit of a tradition now, a way to like kick off the fall at RIM. And it's a good way for everyone to sort of like think about our ancestors and who's come before. And I got my face painted this year. It's super fun. And it's a great way for them to like advertise their club and earn some money. Today, some of our seniors went to CSUSB, took a little field trip, which was lovely. I heard they really enjoyed the campus, and we have automatic admission, I believe is what it's called. So that's amazing. People were really stoked about that, as long as you meet your H2G requirements. And then Troop 145 put on their production of Crowns and Chaos, which I heard was lovely, very funny, very silly. It was like a fairy tale. I didn't actually see it, so I hope this isn't wrong, but I think it was sort of like a storybook themed sort of comedy where like things go wrong. But yeah, they really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun for everyone who went, and that's some of the stuff that was going on at RIM. And then we also just have one more slide. This was Mr. Keeney's slide. Fall sports. We had senior night on the 31st. Unfortunate coin flip incident of the CIF football, but it's okay. We're all growing and learning from it and whatnot. Girls tennis made it to the quarterfinals for CIF, which was a big accomplishment. They were really excited about that. Boys cross country is still going. They're running away into CIF. And then, he also wrote about the CSUSB field trip. Good stuff. They really enjoyed it. And then today the staff had a potluck. I'm so jealous. I saw them all. They were getting their like chili and their little like, I don't know, their like turkey, I think there was or something. I don't know. And there's a cute little picture over there of all the staff members who were able to attend. So yeah, lots of fun stuff happening everywhere. And that's all from me.
Thank you, Molly. Let me see here. Classes. 9.2, Education Services, presentation by the Rim of the World High School Career and Technical Education CTE TD/video students. Like, come on up. And have the red light going on.
Hello, I'm Irie Hill. I'm president of Advanced TV Video and I am publicity of Advanced Drama.
Hello, I'm Ian and I'm publicity for TV video.
I'll go to the next slide. We had a joint trip between the Advanced TV Video class and the Advanced Drama class to Warner Brothers, and we got to see a little behind the scenes of how the like sets and stuff.
This is a couple of photos of some of the sets that we got to go on, and just the entire trip was an amazing opportunity for us to see something that we really want to do for our careers, and it was really just an amazing time.
Here's some more photos. We got to see a lot of amazing sets and learn a lot about how we film, how sound stages are used, and how they utilize using actual houses and stuff.
We would also like to give a special shout out to Mrs. Phillips. She helped conduct the entire trip.
She really made it possible for us to be able to afford the trip and for all students to not have to pay out of pocket too. It was a very amazing thing she did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, we have a couple of here, which you guys were doing, it's fantastic. So so how is it going this year in your TV video class?
It actually is going really amazing. We have a whole new set of students. So it's an entirely fresh new start and we're all learning together and trying to overcome the hardships of last year.
And you both want to go into,
Yes.
what do you specifically?
I specifically want to direct and have my own film company.
Perfect, and you?
I want to go into acting and directing, just anything that I'm trying to get my name out into. And that was just an amazing opportunity that gave us a kind of look that it can be an actual career opportunity.
Was that the Gilmore Girls set?
Yes. We saw a lot of Gilmore Girls. We got to see the La La Land Cafe. We just got to see a lot of famous things.
Yeah, I love that spot.
Yeah.
I love work on that part. It's brilliant. I'm so excited for you that you're having a really good year and that thank you, Mrs. Phillips, for providing this, because when you actually see a professional environment and you see people working and you realize that, you know, people go, "Ooh, get a real job, don't go into film," but you can see that you can create these opportunities and you can create them for yourself. I just learned about microdramas. I didn't know that. 30 seconds of a microdrama. And yeah, let me tell you, we need to talk because that's super cool right now. And you guys can do that stuff and build your own hour microdrama, but you
you put it down to like 60 seconds to as much as 3 minutes, but it's like bite size, and you feed the audience those little pieces on TikTok and Instagram. Super exciting, and now I actually want to do it, so I'm talking about that. So just putting it out there. So I'm really glad that you went to a professional working studio, so you can see what's possible, regardless of what people say about, oh, you're never gonna have a job. You can do it. So yay.
Thank you.
And
9.3 governing board members. Bill, would you be able to start us off, please?
Good evening, everybody. I've had these mixed feelings. I've wanted to say, congratulations, football. I mean, what an incredible season, 9-1, and they were so close to being 10-0. So just what a neat thing. I think the unfortunate thing is that a coin toss was our worst loss. And yet I do think that it is the kind of thing that all of us can learn from. One of my thoughts tonight that I was going to do in my report is I just wanted to make some comments about Dr. Sevillano. And I appreciate the leadership that he has given. And I think things are happening sometimes behind the scenes nobody knows about. And sometimes we become very critical of things without knowing that we have people that are really working hard for us. On Monday, when we found out about the coin toss and how it had gone, Dr. Sevillano was on the line with our attorney looking at ways to try to get that changed. And dealing with the CIF as well, and trying to work on behalf of our students. And I just appreciate that there's things like that he is doing that show that he cares about all aspects of education. I, for one, know that sports and all of the extracurricular activities, drama, theater, music, band. I was a band geek dad. A son who was the drum major and the kicker on the football team at the same time. That's an interesting story. But I know the value of all those things that are all part of education. In fact, even our policies that we were looking at tonight even talk about that, the significance and the importance of every aspect of education. And what I've seen in Dr. Sevillano is that he's been listening to people, trying to do the things that maybe nobody knows about, but really are about trying to improve what we have here on the mountain. So it's because of him that we and others, nothing is one person. Okay, I understand that, but it does take leadership for us to have a preschool that's funded through the county. It takes leadership to have us have and I'm going to forget what it's actually called, dual enrollment. That's been worked on with San Bernardino. It takes leadership to develop things like the adult ed, that after years of us not having adult ed up here, and for us to be doing that now, and especially what that's doing, Jeremy, for some of our Spanish speaking people. I mean, it's great. It takes leadership, and I appreciate that leadership. And even just because of the preschool, we had a group of people from San Bernardino County and representatives who represent the state senate, finance committee, represent assembly people and senators who were all on the campus of EOE. I'm really trying to refrain from saying it's the best elementary school in the mountain. Did I say that here? That is no offense meant to the other best elementary schools that we have, right, with LAENCHE. But I got to tell you, we have I know we have exceptional staff, and one of those exceptional staff is the secretary of the RTA, Sydney McCook, who had all of us, about 20 of us in her room yesterday, and she was just taking care of these kids, and we did head and shoulders, knees and toes, the whole bit. But it was just, Sydney, you're exceptional, and I already knew that, and you know it. But we have great people. We have great people throughout our district, and I appreciate that. And let's see, was there anything else in my messy notes. And I'm also pleased with the new preschool director that we have who helped us yesterday. And when we were at these meetings yesterday, I'm again appreciative of Dr. Sevillano, who pushed to say, I want my board to be able to speak. And each of us who were there got to talk about the needs that we have in a rural mountain community, the limitations that we have financially, how much we're trying to do on 30% less than what other districts have just within miles of us, and how we're in competition with them, and what we do to really give because of our staff. And that's all staff. Remember, it's not just educators. Everyone involved in CSEA is also part of our education team, really, and makes this a successful district. So all that said, I think we're going to continue to work to try to do things necessary to meet the financial challenges that we have that are still ahead of us. With that, Dr. Sevillano, I appreciate you. Oh, and that wasn't because we were evaluating tonight. That was my thought before evaluation. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Jordan?
Well, thank you. I'll build upon what Bill was saying in terms of the momentum that we're seeing in this district. It's not just dual enrollment or bringing back adult ed or preschool. MPH has won an award for their inclusion program at the middle school. CHE has smashed it with the CAS scores this year, and we're seeing progress in CAS overall, CAS scores. So we're seeing a lot of positive momentum, I think, in a lot of directions that are really exciting to see. We are pursuing a lot of these grants to be able to do that. We have our Mountain Research Lab project, and Molly talked about, our guaranteed admission program to CSUSB. There's a lot of really great benefits to being at this district. So, and the momentum continues to grow. I am looking forward to becoming a very proud parent of a RIM student. So I see the direction we're going, and it just fills me with a lot of joy. Of course, there is no shortage of things to work on still, so I want to acknowledge that. I appreciate, Jamie, the feedback that you bring to us tonight to consider and really reflect on. Like Bill said, we found out on Monday, or that Monday, that following Monday or so, being able to figure out how best to address these things so that next time around we're better prepared, to become familiar. I'll admit personally, I did not know that the rule that was, that led to the coin toss was not a CIF rule, but was adopted by the league and bylaw, thank you, and the process that it took to get to there. So it was educational moment, but it's, I think that's what it's about, is finding these types of things, addressing them, and putting into place things that will prevent anything like this from happening again, or being better prepared for it. So, we are seeing, I think, overall, a lot of really great things. I love seeing paint the plow every year. You don't see that in a lot of districts. So, but you see it with ours. We have an advocacy platform, that not a lot of school boards in the state of California adopt an advocacy platform every year and say, this is what we want to do, and this is what we want to accomplish from a legislative perspective, to make sure the rural districts don't get left behind. And we're doing that. And we're meeting with our legislators, and we're hosting them and telling them, thank you for, any funding that we do get, but here are things, yes, that maybe we could work on and illustrate the needs that we have and how, some of the inequities there. I'll save some of that for our legislative report. But I see the momentum that we're taking on. I'm looking forward to continuing that momentum, building upon it, and really, bringing us all together. I found out that, for example, at the Riverside San Bernardino joint meeting that they have every year, that one of the districts in, I believe it was Riverside, was being recognized for having and bringing in a dental program that would track their students for cavities and provide some on-site services for them. And the room was really shocked. It seemed like a revolutionary concept. Not a lot of districts knew about that. And at our table, we all turned and looked at each other and so we have that term. We've been doing this. We didn't know it recognition worthy. So we have a lot of things that we're doing just because it's right, just because we can, just because we have the community that really is motivated to find a way, and I appreciate that a lot. So I'll end it there. Cindy, what's on your mind?
So, since you are on an upswing on positivity, I'll start with positivity. I do want to point out that, and I forgot to do it in the kids' presentations, but drama and the TV video, they are cross-pollinating, so that the drama students are involved with the TV video, and so they're doing a lot of things more and more collectively, which is amazing, and it's great, which kind of reflects where I went to, the best school ever, USC, where drama students fight on. And let's hope the football season doesn't go to crap, but drama students were in student films and participated. There was a lot of cross-pollination. So I'm super excited that we are bringing that down to a high school level. Really excited about that. LAE did Paint the Plow, CHE has done Paint the Plow, VOE.
It was supposed to be today, it got postponed until
Right.
December.
So the really cool part, the Eugenia Steins, and she brought that program to CHE, and then she has guided VOE and LAE in getting this program. And at LAE, it was just adorable. That's what I'm just going to speak to because I helped on that one. And the guy that had the handprint plow, he was so excited about that. That was his plow, and he was going to have it for the whole winter because he thinks it's adorable. And I was talking about Paint the Plow at the Sandabs meeting, and Snowline School District wants to know. So if Snowline's watching, I know that I need to give you the contact info. I'll do that tomorrow. But they would love, since they're Mountain, they want to.
Brian, come out and watch it.
I know. I told him I would send video, so I'm sending him video of Paint the Plow, but I showed him the pictures and they were just amazed at Paint the Plow. So thanks, Jamie, for bringing it and spreading it to the other schools. I also want to say that DLAC, I went to DLAC and there were parents from the various different schools, and their ideas of what they were bringing, what they wanted. They wanted more workshops. They wanted a FAFSA workshop. Unfortunately, nobody showed up to financial aid night, so we've got to figure that out. But there's active participation of what they want to see, what they need. And I'm really excited that from high school's ELAC that went into DLAC, I know these are acronyms, but I'm not going to explain. It's English Learner People. And on January 27th, they're going to have what's translated to Festival of Knowledge. So parents are going to come in and they're going to be given Chromebooks, and they're going to learn how to navigate Aries, learn how to read the transcripts and see what missing assignments there are. And then there's going to be a college table and a career table. And so all this really wonderful stuff is going on for that particular student group and that particular parent group. I observed the Parent Advisory Committee / LCAP. Again, there was a parent from every school site there, and they had really great topics they wanted the district to follow up on. They were actively participating, actively bringing up concerns that they had, and more topics to fully dive deep into. So the thing about our community, we have a lot of parents that do speak up. Let's do it, and do it in a way that we actively have to work as a board and as a district office. Let us work. And if we don't hear this stuff, then we don't know. And then we're not as targeted as we could be and as focused as we could be. Like I got the EL parents when they were talking about workshops and like FAFSA workshop, like, oh my God, you care about the FAFSA. Oh, I love you. So that was really good. I went to the basketball game against Rupa Valley. We were competitive. I have to say, there were a couple guys on the Rupa team. Wow. One kid, I don't even think he missed a three-pointer. I was like, wow, can we stop feeding that kid the ball? Then I want to say that, the display case for the Day of the Dead, right? That the high school and the Spanish club puts up and just, it's just so beautiful, and I tear up. Because they have the staff members and teachers that have passed away. People like Mr. Faust, Mr. Miller, it makes you think about these people and what value they had, both as a staff person, but also in life as a whole, as a human being. And it really makes you go, okay, I need to do better as a human being. I mean, some of them were my heroes. And so it's just amazing to have that stop, look, moment. So then tennis, I want to congratulate, because I know they had a little hitch in the, apparently the other team didn't, upload their roster. And yeah, that was an issue, CIF issue, which you go, Crowns and Chaos. I went to it. To the drama play. It really was 2 1-acts. The first one was Cinderella, which was really well done. The second one, though, was so funny. It was a bunch of birthday party like mascots, like pretty princesses and cute little animals coming together, and they don't know that they've all been hired by this really helicopter parent to make a really good birthday party, and it just devolves into the mascot's chaos. It was so funny, so flippin', so funny. And it was just brilliant, and I really enjoyed myself, really enjoyed myself. And then we are all, well, I think all of us, or almost all of us, are going to the AEC, the CSBA conference that's coming up the first week after Thanksgiving. I'll be going, the first 2 days for me are delegate assembly, and one of the policy pillars that I am on, improving conditions for students. The question is focusing on parent outreach, parent engagement. What are we doing? And we're to bring that back to guide policy discussion by the California State Boards Association. So that's that. And the last thing I do want to say, because I'm going to be a little bit Debbie Downer. So the football, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to go to pretty much every game. I think I've been to 95% of the football games since 2007, well, because I'm working because PTA, but it's really hard to see seasons that are real struggle and then seasons that are so successful and that the students are doing really well. And I just want to put out is that Jamie expressed through studies about the importance of extracurriculars in sports, but I also want to say that you have to carry a 2.0 to be on a CIF team. This is an intervention. And at any time, Rim High School has between 35% to almost 40% of the students participating in sports. If you want to talk about the biggest bang for your money in terms of an intervention, that is sports. And so it builds character, responsibility, team building, but it also is an intervention because they have to maintain that 2.0. And I have seen coaches in the library giving that extra tutoring for those kids, for their baseball team before they go to baseball practice. And so when I found out what happened with the coin toss, I said a lot of really naughty words. I think there were a lot of like the F word kind of things. But I'm seeing is that it just made me so angry and that the kids were deprived of the opportunity to play in playoffs. And that the parents that work so hard, the coaches that work so hard, the teachers that are out on the line crew at every game when it's cold out there, and then the students, the amount of time and effort and academics to keep them playing, all that effort decided on a coin toss. And yes, we are not in charge of the bylaws or CIF or anything like that. That is out of our hands. But in self-reflection, I know that myself as a board member, self-reflection. I do a lot of self-reflection. I'm going to do self-reflection because I know I'm talking too much, Dr. Saviano, but that's okay. But we can do better in terms of making sure that we wrap our arms around those that are grieving, that we wrap our arms and we grieve with them, and that we communicate as quickly and as effectively, and that we go, we hear you, we are grieving with you, we feel your sorrow and your pain, and we need to be effective in communicating that as quickly as possible. Maybe it doesn't have to be the best way, but it can be from the heart. And I think that I, as a board member doing self-reflection, I am pretty, I struggle with baseball and softball. I'm going to be honest in terms of getting there, although I love baseball, but I'm going to do better. I can do better. And I think we all can do some self-reflection on what we can do better when any kind of tragedy happens. How can we be more effective and responsive and showing our caring? Because that's the biggest thing. People want to know that you care. And I think that we can have all the greatest programs in the world, but unless you have that human component from the top level, then it doesn't matter how successful you are. You have to show your humanness. You have to show how much you care. And that's what I am taking away from this whole incident, is being better at showing that at my level. I show it at PTA level, but I'm just saying board level, just stepping it up a little bit. So sorry to end on a Debbie Downer, but just know that there was a lot of self-reflection and a lot of naughty words. So a happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Cannot wait till we get back and rock those finals. All right. Thank you, Scott.
I think you guys know what I'm going to talk about, but you know, there's so many positive things, and I thank everybody for everything they brought up, and I see how great our teachers and staff are, our elementary schools, our junior high school, and how well everybody's doing. It's amazing to watch. You know, and it's tough. We have deficit spending, which is a problem. The positive thing is that I think because of our flat enrollment, that's really helped, like we talked about earlier. But this is a comprehensive, especially the high school, it's comprehensive high school. And we have a cultural problem. That's the problem. CIF, you know, we're talking about CIF, and CIF was so wrong in saying, oh, it was the league. CIF could have stepped in and said, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard of. Because it was. It wasn't like there was 3 teams that were equal and you had to settle it somehow. There was one that stood out from everybody else, and they said, oh, we can't do anything. But those put their opinion in everything else they do. So yeah, I'm going to call out CIF because that was the dumbest thing I ever heard of. The 2 schools who got to go even said the same thing. The problem is also here, more importantly, because there's a cultural problem with the way we treat sports. I come from a different perspective, because when I first moved to this mountain, even though I had some great teachers, but I didn't even have my first male teacher until I got to the junior high school. And then I had Coach Heaton, who passed away. I had Coach Beresford, who passed away. Gary Vonsteeg, who passed away, our teacher. I had some great coaches that really helped shape me. I can't imagine what I'd be like if I didn't have them. Coaches, like everybody else, needs to be supported and appreciated, and that does not happen at our school. And it's been slowly happening since about 2003 or 4, where they slowly got rid of the compensation they were actually paying coaches. Coaches work for pennies on the dollar. And then, oh, well, congratulations, you're a coach. Now you've got to raise tens of thousands of dollars so that your team can do anything. I know for a fact that the wrestling team raises between $30,000 and $40,000 a season. It's tough. Football raises like $70,000, $80,000. The only positive thing about that is Joe Benita said that she's gonna start the sports foundation, so. That's gonna be awesome. Thank you, Joe. This should not be happening as it is. And sometimes, and it's not as much now, but I would have to be the coach and raise the money. And then when I held a tournament, I had to pay for the custodians. I had to pay for the facility. I had to, one year at the end of the season, they were short of money, so they gave me a bill for $400 for toilet paper. That's ridiculous. Should not happen. Everything that we look at and everything that happens in all these schools is so positive. Mental health, attendance, GPA, graduation rate, discipline. We're just being a father to these kids. Sports accomplishes that. And don't get me wrong, I love all the activities we have. And I'm going to run down them, but I don't mean any disrespect. I was never allowed in AP classes, but they serve their own purpose. And those are all paid for classes. I got kicked out of band because I sucked. My teacher said, you belong just in wrestling. So I appreciated that as well. Arts class, I excelled in arts. I had Gary Momsteig as the teacher. He was an amazing teacher. I had a little bit of drama. That was amazing. I always support drama. I've always supported band. I've always donated money to them. Leadership, I was a leadership teacher. All these classes, AVID, they all have on-campus periods where they work with these kids. Sports is the only program that is around 40% of the student body that has to do everything after school. And then if you ask to have a period before school or something like that, it always gets blown off. Coaches ask for stuff and it's always getting blown off. And I believe with Coach Torado, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. But it's pointing out a lot of things that need to change in our school. And I hope these things happen. We've had a meeting so far, and I think there's going to be some really positive outcomes that come from this. So when tragedy happens, positive changes can happen from that. That our schools, primarily our high school, has to do a better job. I don't blame the league I blame CIF, but our school needs to fully change. We need to fully fund sports somehow. That was amazing to hear that the TV video class that was all paid for. Stephanie's an amazing teacher. She's always done this stuff. Kids should not have to pay for things like that. Kids should not have to go out for the soccer team and pay $250 just to get their spirit pack. That's ridiculous. No schools down from us, down the hill, do that at all. They don't even pay to go to a sporting event because they have enough money. From the meeting we had, and the leadership we have, I know we're going to make some positive changes. So, thank you.
Way to go, Scott. Why not?
Thank you, Scott. So it's kind of hard going after everybody else. We have an amazing board. And they've talked about a lot of the amazing things that are happening in this district. I had to say, I was overseas for Jeff and the family when I got news of what happened with football, following along in terms of a 9-1 season and all the hard work, all the effort, all of the everything that goes into getting to perform at that level. I'm a huge advocate of sports. My kids played, I played. And one of the things I love about athletics is that you work hard, you have a score, you have some sort of a objective metric to be able to determine the outcome. And I passionately believe that an apology is needed to the players and the folks that were involved on the Rim football team, because however, whoever, whatever the system, the structure let them down. They earned the privilege to be able to continue their season, and that was ripped out from under them. And no, the world isn't fair, but they were let down. They did everything they could within their power, and we couldn't have asked any more from them. And so I feel sick to my stomach for what happened to them. I can't imagine. As parents, you want to be able to make sure that your kids have the opportunity to achieve and that their effort pays off. So that's a hard message to take to your kids, to basically say, you did all that, you know what? This is just how it works. The world isn't fair, but you want the world to be fair. And usually through athletics, you have that fairness, and that didn't happen. So at least, I mean, Jamie, when you talked, you mentioned about there being systemic issues. I couldn't agree more. I also know that every single person up at this dais believes in having a strong athletics program. So we're going to learn from this. It's already been spoken about. Our students deserve the best we have to offer in all sorts of different arenas, and we are working hard to provide that, and we are moving the needle, and positive things are happening. We have a ways to go. And this situation particularly showed one of the areas that we need to work on. The bylaws need to be changed. There are so many ranking systems that are out there for athletics. There, through technology now, my goodness, you have players. It's like kind of disgusting how players are being ranked as, you know, as minors, but also teams. There's just all sorts of different data out there where you have unbiased systems of being able to evaluate, and we need to be able to tap into that. So yeah, moving forward, we need to do better, and we will. But we also are going to screw up in other areas, so please give us grace. But just to know that we do care. I know in years gone by, there was rumor around that the school, not this school board, but you know, the board that was in place at that time did not support the athletic program. That nothing could be farther from the truth now. However, it's an imperfect system and it needs to be worked on. So on whatever players might be listening, I apologize. We could do better and we will do better. With that said, we are doing better in other areas. A lot of great things are happening in the district. We have a lot to be proud of in other areas. We have staff that's amazing. We have kids that are amazing. And we have a future that I think is really bright looking ahead. I can go on and on. Been involved in various things with, I mean, Cindy mentioned a couple of really beloved folks within the district who had passed away in years gone by. Family members pass as well. It just makes you self-reflect. Things, the holidays coming up, it also is a time of reflection. So I think one of the things that we do well in our district and in our community is our values are in the right place. We value community, we value each other. And I see that with our students as well, that we develop, our teachers care, our staff cares. So we're doing that right, and we're building on that, and that's so incredibly important. So as you're moving ahead to the holidays, hold your loved ones dear, continue to be the generous souls that you are, and continue to teach our kids what's truly important. And so with that, I'm going to pass it along to Dr. Sevillano. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
First of all, I want to give thanks to our board for their discussions on the topic around athletics. We had lots of discussions about, reflecting on what went wrong and what can we do better. And there will be change. And so we'll be meeting with staff to kind of figure out how we can work together to ensure that they feel supported in athletics and valued, and that the work they do in athletics is valuable for all students. And really, I'm a former athletic coach. I coached for 13 years at the high school level. I understand disappointment when kids are have a great season and it doesn't. The rules are changed or impact their outcomes. And so you have to kind of reflect on that as a district and say, what can we do better? We have reflected, we have met, And we will be looking at, really shifting that culture. It is a culture issue that we have to address there in athletics and provide support, because all staff need support, including coaches. But I'm gonna stop in terms of the negative things. I just want to give thanks to everyone. We have a terrific board, terrific leadership team, principals, teachers, classified staff, and a great community here. We have an opportunity to do great things together and continue. We're doing great things and continue to do the great things together. So I wanted to give thanks to everyone for your efforts. And I also want to give thanks to my cabinet. They are in it every day. So when we have challenges, we meet and talk about how we can overcome those challenges. But understand, we all have student needs and interests as a priority, understand it. So with that, I want to give thanks to everyone who's attending today. I know it's a tough time of the year. And also, I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Dr. Saviano. Just want to take a moment to say we have a lot on our agenda still ahead. Weather is not great outside. We have folks who are going to have a long drive after this meeting is over. So as much as we can, we have a lot of business to take care of. Let's not shortchange the business, but I'm going to do my darndest to try and keep things moving. So 9.5 business services approval of the 2025-2026 Rim of the World Educational Fund Award and Memorandum of Understanding fiscal impact. This is a positive $22,468.21. Come on up. Joe, Benita, Priscilla, and Carol, you coming on up too?
Is this on?
It is not. The red light will push the button, the red light will come on.
Oh,
Joe, Benita?
that was on. Okay.
Joe,
Thank,
can you
yes,
please introduce your partners in crime there?
thank
Your
you.
photographer.
Oh, yes, exactly. We have some of our representatives from the Rim Ed Foundation. We'll start with
Priscilla, Williams.
she's the chair of our partnership with schools.
Alan Eggy.
I conned him into being a new board member. He jumped in and he's been really remarkable, even when he had to go to jury duty.
Carol Kinsel.
And we all know Carol. She's very strong, particularly in Crestline and across the entire district. I'm Joe Benita Rains. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. And the photographer for the evening.
Dave Vicky.
Your name, sir?
Dave.
Dave Vicky. And Dave is on our board as well. And he dashed from down the hill. He cautiously drove up the mountain from down the hill. And he was able to be part of our group tonight. Just want to share with you that our Rim Educational Foundation Board approved $22,468.21, which we're presenting to Jenny for our partnerships with schools awards. Each one of our schools receives a portion of that money, and we based it on our seabeds. We get the seabeds number, the number of students in our school district for the fall, from the springtime, and we take that number, divide it into the funds that we are awarding, and we get a per student amount, which means that per student amount, we go through Jenny to make sure we're doing everything right. And thank you so much for always answering our questions. Thank you, and we really appreciate your support. So we get a per student amount. We look at the number of students in the schools for the fall, and that tells us how much each school has an opportunity to write a grant, which we have outlined and made sure you can fill it out online to minimize the kind of work that you put forth. We also recommend that the administrator of every school communicates with their staff as well as the school site council members about the amount that's being made available by the foundation. And then they get input from the staff along with families as to how they would like to best utilize these funds to enhance the instructional experience, the learning experiences of our students. With that, every school has access, every one of our schools has access to funding. When we do this, oh, by the way, this wasn't just thought of. We had one of our former board members, Michelle French, who was working with Redlands Unified School District, and she brought that idea to us and has been working for the past 10, 15 years. So we appreciate the fact that our board members continue to contribute to us. The request that each school submits for funding is reviewed by the committee, which Priscilla is the chair, and some of you may know Angela Harrington. She's on our board as well. And she and Priscilla, Angela's the vice chair, brings together a committee, and the committee listens to the administrator and anyone else the administrator wants to speak to our board about what they want, how they would like to use the funds. We evaluate the grant request and we determine the efficacy of the grant request. We have to do that. We follow those guidelines. When we have on your table right there at your seats our trifolds, which are beautifully done through our CTE print shop. And we pay for this. It's not a gift. And what do you see is that it's a way to highlight the programs we support. We support the partnership with schools, so each school receives funding. We support career ed training programs because not every student has the opportunity that our school district provides to learn about the variety of skills in the variety of careers. And as I'm in Stater Brothers or wherever, and people say, you mean to tell me the students really learn trades at our high school? And it's so small. Our district is so small, but we have such a wonderful program there. And then we also support the AVIT program, and we have graduates from our high school who get accepted into USC probably if they apply, or UCLA. And therefore our campuses, last year we had students who got accepted at UCLA, UC Davis. Those are those are experiences that many people don't know about, but we do market and we tell you. We have supporters, which you can see on the back line, and we have to report to them how the money was used, the efficacy of the project that we were providing funds for, and the outcome has been really very well received. To give you the wonderful opportunity, we have at your table, at your seat, a wonderful opportunity, and all of you can see this too. It's Giving Tuesday, which is a national, is it a global?
Yes.
It's a global experience. December 2nd, the Lakeview Tap Room has provided us with the openings. Oh, they've already got it.
Oh, no, they all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so the whole point is, oh, good for you, Priscilla. Down more? Okay.
We good?
Excellent. So you can drop in and we are, and you can donate, and it's a Giving Tuesday, and the funds will be used every one of the programs that you see on our brochure. Right now, we would like to present the checks to each of our schools. Carol just told me to make sure that I mentioned, which was on my list of things to say, that we get donations from our faculty and our associates. Our total staff is engaged with our foundation through school payroll deductions that people sign up for in order to contribute. And that is another way our staff are really supportive of the things that we do here in our school district. So we'll see, sir.
So I make something too. So this year we upped our goal to $10,000. So spread the word in your communities to come out to the tap room and help us achieve our new goal.
And we have people who act like $2,000 is nothing, and we act like that they're right. And so and we say, if you're like really interested, you can ante it up. And to be honest, we have been very, very, very fortunate that we've been recognized, the Board of Supervisors, the BurTech VP of BurTech, and you see the names on the back. And these are people who care about everything that you guys have said about our students and our staff. It appears to me we are small, but we are fabulous in what we do with our students. And it's because of the people who work to help our students learn. Anyway, so now we have our checks. Do we want to, Madam Chair, how would you like to have?
I think Vicki is ready to take our photos, so let's go ahead and how about the administrators, the school side administrators with the board? No, I think the administrators can handle this.
We're short on time.
Come on.
Get up.
Charles Hoffman, Lynn Hyde, Mary Putnam,
Come on, get up.
Valley of Enchantment.
And he's at.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a school on the front. Fine.
Hi, guys.
Just a minute, I have one of your check.
That's me.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you. I'll let you touch it with you. Here you want me to go? Give me.
All right, you.
I wanna be my Japanese.
Oh.
You're not gonna do this for his flight. Okay, I'll just be, my knees are.
Our superintendent, can you see him?
Over here.
Amanda.
No.
Thank you.
All right, Jordan. Great announcement. Fitting.
Is it? I almost said a naughty word.
What's your distance? I'm getting chicks back.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Mark's gonna have to. Well, we didn't donate to him.
Looking for Marissa? Mark, you looking for?
Okay, then 9.6, business services, presentation by MTG Consulting on the maintenance, operations and transportation, MOT, organizational study.
Hi, thank you very much. We're going to invite Marissa Sparks up. We already instructed her how to use the clicker and the microphones. And she's going to give a presentation on the operational study that we conducted. As you know, several months ago, you approved the contract with MGT. And they've been working hard, site visits, working with Jem, our principals, our custodians, transportation, directors. I just flew, you have the report for you and the PowerPoint, and she's gonna just kind of talk about how the study went.
Hi, I'm Nurse Sparks. I'm with MGT, and I love that you have a chair here. I usually have to stand at a podium to do these things, so this is very nice. I had the privilege of completing a comprehensive review of operations for Room of the World. A little on my background, I am a certified educational facilities professional with APPA, and I was formerly a director of maintenance for Duval County Public Schools in Jacksonville, Florida, where we managed 164 schools that housed 130,000 students. And I was also interim director of MOT for Banning Unified School District, and I am a native of the mountain. I went to preschool at the little co-op down here in Crestline and graduated in 1988. So I'm being told that we have to say next slide. Next slide. The purpose of the study was to evaluate efficiency and effectiveness of these departments and to identify strengths and weaknesses, align programs with industry standards, and to support the district's long-term commitments, including Measure E projects and transportation initiatives that are already underway. The study was really about making sure the systems behind those investments are strong, sustainable, and positioned for long-range facility care. Next slide. Okay, this slide gives a few quick facts for perspective and shows the department organization. The district covers 118 square miles of mountain roads. The average age of school buildings is 55 years. Browns maintains 71 maintainable acres, which is acreage minus buildings and unused land. Maintenance and custodial maintains and cleans over 596,000 square feet. And for department organization, operations is under the chief business official and is divided into separate maintenance and transportation departments, each led by their own director, managing the team shown on the slide. Custodial is highlighted in yellow there because while they are under maintenance, they are directly managed by school principals. Next slide. The methodology for this study, I came out, interviewed staff, walked all the facilities, collected data, and did a lot of deep research. We compared existing conditions to accepted standards or industry accepted standards and focused on practical solutions that align not only with mountain conditions and geography, but also with culture and operational realities for the district. Next slide. First, some of the district-wide challenges that affect operations as a whole. The greatest is being funding. With flat enrollment and rising costs, the district has very little flexibility to expand current staffing levels. A large share of the general fund does go directly to payroll for the district, and that leaves limited room for preventative maintenance, training, tools, and equipment replacement. And because budget or staffing and budgets are so lean, teams are forced into reactive work. So aging buildings, aging equipment, an aging fleet make it hard for them to stay ahead. The departments largely lack standard operating procedures. The staff do know their job well, but processes vary from person to person, and communication to new employees is very limited. And this creates issues with consistency and accountability. And finally, the department has good software in place. It's my understanding some of the software has been put in place more recently in the last several years. But I found that they are not being fully leveraged to their potential, and engaging our wonderful technology staff could better utilize these systems. Next slide. Now, I've broken this out into key observations and recommendations, 2 slides for each. So first we have maintenance and grounds. Maintenance technicians maintain 596,000 square feet, and that equates 149,000 square feet per technician, while the APPA recommends 71,000 square feet. There's 1 groundskeeper for the 71 maintainable acres. The dedication of the team and the strong leadership and maintenance is what holds this operation together. The team is very cohesive, and they get out there and they do the job and they do it very well. If you didn't have this team, I don't think it would function as well as it does. But they are functioning rather well with the staffing they have. Operations, but this has left them largely reactive, and they don't have the capacity for preventative maintenance tasks or extra activities. And like I said about technology earlier, the FMX work order system that has been put in place has been a very valuable tool. Next slide. Some of the key recommendations, and I know I just said that they have limited capacity, but building standard operating procedures and establishing a phased preventative maintenance plan is doable, challenging but doable. It would be in small steps. Combining the scope of work between skilled maintenance and grounds into a utility worker position for positions going forward would support versatility. This is something that Bear Valley Unified actually does, and it helps the workers not try to stay in their bounds. They can actually share tasks. And gradually increasing the staffing towards benchmarks when funding permits. I have that in capital letters in my notes. It would be ideal. And also incorporating deferred maintenance into Measure E project planning, which I know is already taking place, will reduce a lot of the deferred maintenance backlog as well and help them get ahead. Next slide. In the report, we did provide information on how to build preventative maintenance and standard operating procedures under their limited capacity. Preventive maintenance extends the life of equipment, and standard operating procedures provides clear and consistent guidance on processes. And in Appendix B provides how to start slow and build upon that. And it can be done with little steps like recording a how-to video when completing a process, and placing it on a shared server for everyone to see, or taking inventory of HVAC units while checking a roof system. And I know they're already doing a lot of these things, but I think organizing it centrally and expanding upon that would be very beneficial for them. And also, which is typical, organizing operation and maintenance manuals from the new building systems, from the projects that will be completed under Measure E into a centralized preventative maintenance document folder or someplace where it can easily be found. And send my apologies to Michelle in advance on this, because that tends to fall on the maintenance secretary. So, and it's just basically pulling these things together, getting them organized, getting more information, and keeping them centralized. Next slide. Now for custodial. Custodial is currently managed by school principals, but is connected with maintenance for overall support of the program, management and maintenance of equipment, and completing minor maintenance tasks. There are 18 custodians, which equals 16.625 full-time equivalents with the part-time positions. Staffing levels are found to be mostly adequate with a few caveats. Custodians currently reporting to principals, and that creates inconsistent standards across schools. So by directly reporting to principals and not having a district-wide standard creates a lot of inconsistency and can even create inconsistency within a school between areas that are cleaned. Communication between custodial maintenance teams is poor, leaving gray areas of responsibility of who's responsible for those tasks that fall either on maintenance or custodial or both. There's no district level supervision and limited training programs. Training programs have been offered, but there's been limited attendance. Preventative care on the equipment is very inconsistent than cleaning equipment. On the positive side, though, the addition of the ELOC custodians helped tremendously across the campuses, the elementary campuses. They have that little bit of extra help a few times a week.
Yeah, you are.
Woohoo! Next slide. So some of the recommendations in the report is to add a custodial supervisor to manage operations and personnel across all locations. And again, we said that staffing levels according to, industry standards seem mostly sufficient. There's a few notations in the report, but those anomalies should probably be addressed after the proper supervision's in place, so they can see if they really are anomalies or there really are a need. The supervisor can also help develop a custodial SOP or a custodial handbook with clear cleaning standards and schedules. We did provide a template for this that is pretty concise, but just needs to be completed and tailored to RIM's needs and the individual school needs. Need to ensure the collective bargaining agreement articles and school board policy are consistently followed, and recommendations also on implementing quality control procedures. Next slide. And a brief note on quality control and how it would look for custodial. This graphic shows how consistent quality control system would work for custodial services. It starts with setting expectations and uniform standards by placing in a custodial supervisor and developing standard operating procedures. Once the supervisor is in place, implementing internal quality control processes, and this would help with change management that will come with this. That could be just walking the school with principals or with custodians. And finally, leadership monitoring through metrics will give the district a clear view of the overall performance and better ability to control costs without having to decipher word of mouth information. It would be a consistent, regular reporting that would help across the board. We'll talk about that a little later. And the goal really isn't to add paperwork, it's to give principals, custodians, and leadership a shared framework so quality stays high and expectations are clear. Next slide. And moving on to transportation. And just like maintenance, in transportation, there's strong leadership and a very dedicated team. Routing appears to be efficient with the use of TransTrack software has been very beneficial for that. Having a certified in-house bus driver trainer has been beneficial for many reasons. The aging fleet is proving to be very costly to the department. The cost of parts and cost of repairs has been an ongoing issue. And even up until recently, when I spoke to Jen recently to ask some questions, they were going through several costly repairs. So integrating data systems has been a challenge between TransTracks and Aries, but being able to integrate those data systems would help with ridership and other information. The manual in-person bus pass days, while they are a fun way to bring the community together, they also create inefficiencies and can limit access for working families. There are a limited number of trainees, bus driver trainees due to unpaid training. The IEP curb-to-curb transport presents logistical challenges, but they have been working through them. Between the special education director and transportation, they've been working through these rather well. A Room of the World does offer a very competitive 215 days per year, 8-hour-a-day driver schedules. This leads to higher gross pay compared to other districts that I had looked at in both San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Next slide. Now the recommendations. Oh, this is expanding upon the 215-day pay. Typical work years for drivers around San Bernardino and Riverside counties was between 180 and 189, typically 5 to 7 hours a day. So the median annual pay turned out to be actually higher than districts that receive a higher hourly pay. Next slide. So transportation recommendation is integrate TransTracks and Aries for efficiency and better use of ridership data. Finding ways to get those two programs to work together without the issues they've been having. Shift bus pass days to a hybrid online and in-person model. It could be beneficial for parents of kindergartners and young students to come in and see the bus and ask questions in person, but also allowing an online option for seasoned parents, so they can just do it and go without having to take the day off work. Continue evaluating routes and monitoring ride times. They're doing pretty well with this. Just continue ongoing. Possibly create paid trainee positions when a bus driver position is available. And these could look like something simple as a part-time bus aide. I think one of the challenges to getting people to go through the program is not having a paycheck during that period of time. So finding a need for them either in a custodial substitute or bus aide might help bring people into the program when it's needed. Ensuring curb-to-curb service remains a necessary and appropriate accommodation, and they're already working on that, improving those processes. And continuing phased bus replacement of the CNG buses using grant funding. Next slide. Now, I did do a lot of research on grant funding for buses that are not electric. And I did find that the Carl Moyer program provides grants for school buses that are newer CNG technology. It is cleaner, low or no X CNG buses. Excuse me, I have to read that because I'm not quite familiar with all the lingo. But under AB 579, all new buses after 2035 must be zero emission. So you have a transition window. And during that transition window, the Carl Moyer program will provide grants to replace older CNG buses with newer CNG buses, calling it a bridge technology while waiting for the electric technology or electric vehicle technology to catch up to mountain conditions. And we provided a lot of information in this in the report on what it looks like, other districts that have succeeded with this, and given steps to move in that direction. And up to 19 buses we found would be eligible. Buses before 2018 are the older technology that could be replaced by this program. Next slide. And lastly, a little bit on operations metrics. The Council of Greater City Schools is a council of large urban school districts. And I know this is here at RIM, we're a small school district, small rural school district. But through the Council of Greater City Schools developed key performance indicators. And I've seen them used very successfully in other districts. In larger districts, it provides a way to keep track of what's going on in all the different departments. And they provide metrics, everything, not just operations, but everything from human resources and, budget, finance. And having these metrics in place can help leadership understand what's going on in the different departments, either on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis. And they're simple metrics. They're like cost of work order, cost per work order, or transportation ridership, or custodial workload, or even utility costs. And when you watch those metrics and insert them into a graph, you can see the anomalies, and then you can actually tackle the problems before they actually become problems. So we provided information on implementing metrics. And that is all I have. If there's any questions or comments, I'll be happy to take them.
Briefly, thank you, by the way, for the presentation and all the work that you've done. What are the qualifications for those buses? And is there a limitation on how many you can apply for with the grant?
I don't know if there's a limitation. A lot of it goes through the air management quality district, but to get the newer technology CNG buses, the district would have to go through an exception, apply for an exception. Now, several districts have done this, not only to replace or certify newer tanks, but also to replace buses. There is a website which is provided in there that takes you to, I provided a link that actually takes you to the list of exceptions that have been approved by the program. And it includes districts who have purchased several buses. 19, I'm not sure, depends on the funding. That would be a Carl Moyer question. But yes, I think that I believe there's 7 or 8 buses that were 2014. Replacing those could be a realistic prospect.
Say thank you. I really appreciate the structure that you put around, in the recommendations. I like the numerical approach and, the ratios and the, in terms of the math as well. Yeah, no, I, as far as moving forward, having those ratios, having, best practices is going to be really helpful. So thank you so much for putting that structure together for us. Any other questions?
Before I came to a school district, I was actually a construction accountant. My degree's in accounting, so I like numbers, so you're gonna get a lot of numbers from me. Statistics.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is Dr. Saviano and his staff going to act on these recommendations and come back with a proposal for us?
Yes, we will be meeting with the directors and discussing, our next steps. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure
Melissa.
working with you.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Yes.
Thank you.
9.7 Educational Services presentation of the 2025-2026 Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP. Update.
Good evening, all. Good evening. All right. Let Mark catch up. We're gonna be doing I'm gonna be doing a ELOP update. Last time I presented was last November, so it's been a year. So I'm excited to be back and sharing all of the new exciting updates we have going on in expanded learning. Right. So I told Jim I was gonna take my time and go as slow as possible. Just kidding. So a little bit on what expanded learning is. It could be before school, after school, intercession, or summer programming. It's meant to develop students academically, socially, emotionally, physically, and it complements the regular school day. It does not replicate the regular school day. So that is a definition of expanded learning. What it looks like at Brim of the World Unified, we currently have an after school program at all 3 elementary schools. And open till 5:30 each day. Parents may pick up at any point in the afternoon. They don't have to wait till 5:30, but 5:30 is the latest. It's supposed to be for ease of parents. So if they get off earlier, they're welcome to pick up at any time. It is open to all TK through 6th grade. So 6th grade students do take the bus from MPH to their respective elementary schools of ELOP enrollment. We have 3 ELOP portables right now at each school site. We did have 2 this time last year. So I'll talk a bit about our 3rd room at each site and how we've been able to expand.
Just tell me when you want.
All right. Next slide, Mark, next slide. Continued, we are operating a summer program that's open for a minimum of 30 days, 9-hour full days from 8 to 5. This past summer, I'll have a couple slides specific to summer, but we had the program at CHE and BOE, and it was very successful. Transportation is provided for students if the program does not happen at the site of their enrollment. ELOP continues to be a free program. We offer priority registration for all unduplicated students, our free reduced, our English language learners, our foster youth and homeless youth. And then as space remains available after that, then it's open to all students, first come, first serve. But unduplicated does have priority. We utilize wait lists at each site. We accommodate students of all students, those with disabilities, limitations, those with IEPs. We make accommodations as needed for any and all RIM students. And
offhand, do you know what your wait lists are at each of the different elementaries?
I do, and I will talk about them.
Okay.
We're getting there. And we recently just started doing a before school and after school expanded tutoring. We've begun that at NPH and we'll be doing that as well at the 3 elementaries. Next slide, Mark. For ELOP staff, right now we're at 22 total paid ELOP staff members, 1 coordinator, 3 site leads, 1 per elementary, 17 instructional aides, and 1 itinerant ELOP custodian. We've expanded quite a bit in added additional instructional aides over the last couple of months. Next slide. So a little bit about summer. Like I mentioned, we did a summer program at CHE and VOE. Previous year, we did LAE only and we bused everybody to LAE. This year, summer was the opposite. We did the 2 farther schools and just bused the LAE students up to CHE and then back. The bus was available for the half-day program as well as for the full-day program. So there was a lot of options for parents that needed that bus or that just wanted to sign their students up for a half-day or a full-day program. The program ran from June 16th to July 30th. So it was a very full summer and we got a quick, week and a half off before school started. So it gave a lot of care to families and students that needed that help in the summer while parents are working. It gave a space for students to go. I listed out some of the morning curriculums we did. We broke up the day half and half. Morning curriculums were all STEAM and STEM based curriculums taught by teachers and instructional aides. We did a variety of curriculums and everything rotated. Families could sign up for the whole summer. They could break it up and sign up for individual sessions. It was really diverse in what we were able to offer the students. The afternoon portion, we had a sports and rec vendor come in Alevo, and they provided various sports and activities for students. We also integrated some social skills with RIM Family Services, some team building with Mountain Counseling. We had visits from County Fire, Running Springs Fire, Twin Peaks Sheriff Station. So we tried to offer quite a variety of things. Next slide. This is just a little snapshot of the summer. Again, we had a variety, breakfast and lunch. We had sports and activities. I even had some students and I repaint the United States at CHE, which hadn't been done in quite a few years, is what I heard. So we had the students moving and going. The bottom right is science of the human body, and each day students added to their skeletal structure different body systems. Again, we had a fun summer and it was quite busy. Next slide. These are our enrollment numbers for this past summer. So we had a total of 248 students enrolled in the summer program. And then I broke it up by grade level and the school site that they were enrolled at. The LAE students, majority of the LAE students, of those 39 participated at CHE, but there was a handful that chose to drive down and go to VOE as well. So the majority of students we had were at VOE, 133, CHE 68. Last year when we had the program at LAE, we had the majority of LAE students. So it's coming to be a pattern where wherever we host summer, that's where we have the most students wanting to enroll in the summer programs for that elementary school. But 248 was a great number. We did have a slight wait list at VOE of 12 students. And it started off about 20 students and we were able to get some in as some students just didn't come that were enrolled. And that was up from 176 students that were enrolled in summer of 2024. So we saw quite a bit of growth for this summer program. Next slide. Our current after-school ELOP enrollment numbers were, and this is as of Monday, 245 students are enrolled actively in after-school ELOP between the 3 sites. The waitlist numbers are listed on the bottom. We have 31 still on the waitlist at CHE, 30 at LAE, and 38 at VLE. And actually, I think that's 39 because I saw one right before this evening, so 39. So we have an attendance policy in place. We ask that if students are signed up for a day, they need to come on that day. Then if they're not utilizing their spot, I'll reach out to parents because I want to make sure that every space is being utilized, so that those on the wait list don't remain on the wait list and we can get them in as soon as possible. I recognize that the need is very great for after school programming, especially just the homework help that they received, the enrichment portion, the social skills. We try to really have a well-rounded program with what we offer within the day. And I think our community and our families are responding to that. And they are asking for more and more days all the time. Next slide. Daily attendance, we're pretty even across the board. We will take a lot of the TK kinders from 12:15 when they get out, and then parents just need them to stay till 2:30, 2:40 until their older sibling gets out. And then we have a whole fresh batch of students that come in at 2:40 and are there throughout the afternoon. So every day is busy. We saw an average of 4.21 days per week, which is up from 3.97 of last year. So as we've continued to grow, we haven't even been open for 2 years. So it'll be 2 years in January. So in these last 2 years, we've seen families sign up for 5 days, 4 days a week. They want as much time in ELOP as possible. So it's made it a challenge a bit to have, staffing, making sure that we, so as we've had more staffing, we've also had more need and requests for staying the full week. So it's still a challenge to get through our wait list, but we are slowly working through that. Next slide. I ran the numbers. We're logging every student in Aries, so we can track all the students that have participated in ELOP. So this is overall between the summer program, the after school program, and the tutoring program. Between July 1st to current, we've serviced 390 students in ELOP. Some just prefer summer, some have done summer and after school, some have just done it a short time and then their family has moved, they don't need it anymore. For a variety of reasons, we've done 390 students for this current year. And then I included on the bottom of this slide some pictures of light bulbs. Recently on October 23rd, we had our lights on celebration and all students got to decorate the rooms, celebrate that the lights are still on after school. They wrote on there what they enjoy about ELOP, what their favorite things are. We had a glow party. Parents got to come and do a craft with their students, have refreshments. It was really fun and enjoyable. So it was a good day of celebrating after school programs. Next slide. We'll get into some funding. Yes. One of the best news of this year was on July 1st, RIM became a rate 1 funded ELOP school district, which is very significant. Prior to this year, we've been in a rate 2, which is a variable rate, that is on the right side of this chart. And they lower the threshold for your unduplicated pupil count to 55. It was before it was 75. So now we qualify for rate 1. The biggest, one of the biggest changes, other than we have increased funding for ELOP, is we also now need to offer access to all students that want ELOP. Before, under a rate 2, it's all unduplicated students, they get the priority, and those are the students that we serve first and foremost. Now it's all students. This current year will still be audited as a rate 2. We have the entire year to build up our program to be able to accommodate all students. That's required for a rate 1. So with our increased funding for this year, that is a main focus, is to continue to build ELOP spaces, hire more staff, working with all the site admin to be able to eliminate wait lists is the goal by the end of this school year, is to eliminate wait lists. The biggest factor here is that the rate is the same and it should be fairly consistent as long as we remain in a rate 1. Rate 2 is very variable. So last year they revised the rate to 2,000. This year, after they fund all the rate ones, it's gonna be 1,200, so I'm really thankful we're not in rate 2 anymore, we are in rate 1. All right, next slide. So our newest ELOP additions, our portables, are the 3 portables that were purchased from Parks and Rec. We did quite a bit of facilities improvements on those. Thank you, Jim. So we did new AC and heat systems, roofs, gutters, ramp repairs, LED light fixtures, purchased new furniture. Some of these spaces are shared spaces, but the primary goal for all these spaces are for after school ELOP. So there's 3 dedicated ELOP rooms now at every site. We are filling them. We're still filling an additional staff member at LAE, and then we can get some more students in. But all 3 are just about full at every single site. So we're working on options for a 4th room, possibly a shared room. We're in the works with all 3 site admin of where we're going to expand next. And we've also been able to make some security improvements. We have installed security cameras. So any area that ELOP students access, we've been able to put in a camera. And between all the different camera angles, because each camera has like 4 different angles, we have 31 new camera views for security. The back of the school, portables, playground, not inside buildings, but all outside, and then in the hallways, near restrooms that ELOP students use. So it's a huge benefit to regular day because ELOP is able to fund some additional security cameras. You're welcome. You're welcome. We even caught students breaking into an ELOP room right at the beginning of summer. Thankfully, it was just 2 teenagers that just stole candy, but we were able to. Bethany was like, I think I know who that is. And we were able to figure it out real quick because of our camera. So we're thankful to have those just to increase our security for our students. Also, we have purchased additional radios as well, so that every staff after school carries a radio. They're in constant communication about what students are being checked out, who's on campus, to make sure that it's the safest environment for all students. All right, next slide. I wanted to share a little bit about our survey results. Every year we send out parent guardian surveys. We send out surveys to the students and to the site staff as well. And I'm very thankful. They all come back really great. Families are reporting that they're enjoying ELOP. They're thankful that their students are completing their homework. They feel like their students are supported in enrichment activities. Their students are provided with fresh fruit, snacks. Their students enjoy their overall experience in ELOP. And staff answers their questions in a timely manner. We want to be very proactive in making sure our families feel supported. Next slide. These are just a couple of comments that came in from the survey. A lot of the comments reflected the staff. And I'm so thankful for that. They're the ones that are on the front lines, building these relationships with these students, building the relationships with the staff. And it shows. The students oftentimes are upset when it's time to leave, when they're getting picked up. I was at CHE yesterday, and a student that I didn't think enjoyed it, his mom was coming to drop off sister at soccer practice, but he saw the truck and he goes, "Am I leaving already?" I said, you don't want to leave ELOP? And he goes, "No, I don't." And then he realized it was just soccer practice, and he goes, "Yes, I get to stay." So that was I was thankful to hear that. So far we're doing really well. We still have improvements. Nothing is perfect, but I'm thankful that our parents and guardians are seeing the fruits of our labor. Next slide. At the beginning of the school year, I sent out another survey to the ELOP parents of what enrichment and academic activities they want to see. Number 1 always requested is homework. I was at a county meeting this morning. Everyone says the same thing. Parents want to have the students work on homework. And on the flip side, the student survey, their least favorite thing to do is homework. So there you go. But we'll continue to do homework and provide that time, but also have a good balance where they do have a lot of outdoor play. They're able to socialize. They're able to work on the social emotional aspect. We do a lot of arts and crafts. We have a lot of outdoor recreation, nature activities. I'm really looking into bringing in gardening, cooking and nutrition. We're working on getting some bike lessons. A lot of students recognize the need. They don't know how to ride a bike. So we're working on some things and the students request it. I'm always asking them, what do you want to do in ULOC? This is your program. And I want this to be a place where you want to be. So I'm constantly getting their ideas. Next slide. So future plans, as I mentioned, we have expanded funding. The primary goal is first build up what we have currently to eliminate our wait lists. But some additional things we're working on is continuing to expand tutoring opportunities after school and before school at MPH as well. Supporting the elementary gate program, which we'll hear about later this evening. And then we're working on a before school program at MPH for all 6th to 8th grade students. We recognize the need because they start so late. Students really need a place to go in the morning. They'll be provided breakfast. The 0 period bus would be available to them so that all students across the mountain could access MPH in the morning. And then, but having it be a bit different where it's a teacher-led enrichment classes, they can offer a 6 to 8 week pickleball class or robotics. Or when I spoke at their staff meeting, I had a teacher say, I teach history, but we don't ever get to talk about pirates or outlaws or things like that. So can we do a class on that? And I said, I'm open to almost anything enrichment based that piques these students' interest. So more to come on that. Those are our plans for expansion for ELOP in the future. And next slide. And that's it. Any thoughts or questions? Yes.
That looks great for the future. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. When unduplicated students are in there, they sign up for whichever days they want. Is that how it works?
Correct.
And then, so when other students are allowed, if other unduplicated students come in, do they get bumped then?
No, once they're in, they're in. But if an unduplicated student signs up mid-year, they'll be priority on the wait list. So they'll bump above other students that are on the wait list, but they wouldn't bump the student out of the program.
Is it possible to sometimes sign them up for alternating days?
Yeah.
Or offer that for the other students and say, well, you can sign up for 2 days, maybe limit the access so you can include more students?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't have quite as much wiggle room as I did at the beginning. At the beginning, I was able to call a family and say, I don't have Tuesday, Thursday, but I have Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Do you want that? Now that more students are wanting the full week, I don't have quite as much wiggle room. But when I can do that, I will do that.
Well, this is awesome.
Yeah.
You should be proud of yourself. It's awesome.
Thank you. And kindergarten students, when kindergarten students are on the wait list, a lot of times I'll contact the parent and say, I don't have it from 2:40 on, but I have it from 12:15 to 2:30. We have enough staff. I know it gives you a little bit more time where you're getting some, and then as soon as we have some extra space, we'll add the rest of the afternoon.
I just want to take a moment just to, if I may, just share that, with the loss of community schools funding we did not receive, you really have stepped in and filled the void of creating schools as that community hub. So I want to commend you and your efforts for doing that. Really acknowledge the work that you've been doing for the district. So thank you.
Thank you.
Haley, really do appreciate what you're able to do. Wondering a couple things. So when are you hoping to start the MPH program?
Next week.
Next week. Not next week. I told the staff I was hoping in January, but I want to hire an MPH site lead similar to a site lead that we have at the other schools that can manage all of the logistics for that site. So I'm hoping by the spring. I'm hoping this year, but probably at least by the spring.
Excellent. And what's actually holding you back? What's limiting you from being able to go to the level, as you said, with all students that want to get in? And secondly, what about what's holding you back from doing all schools this summer? All 3 schools, at least the elementary schools.
That's part of it. I only have two hands. There's only one me. I think for this coming summer, I would love to be able to do all three. I think we have just planned to discuss it in January. There could, if Measure E projects are happening, if they're replacing electrical at a site, whatever the project may be, we're not gonna be able to have summer there. So a lot of it will depend on what we're working on facilities wise.
Jim said no.
Jim said no. But I feel like it is doable. We have a lot of staff that apply to work in summer. We've had a decent amount of teachers that are willing to work summer. Thank you, Susie, Tracy. Yeah, we have a lot of instructional aides that are willing to work summer because it's a long summer to fill and 9-hour days. So it's not just morning. So there's a lot of logistics. So I would love to be able to do 3 sites. I think it mostly will depend on facilities. Go ahead, Shannon.
It will very much depend on facilities because we have to allow our custodians to do deep cleans throughout the schools. And when we have schools, that's why we rotate summer school locations, is to provide the support for the custodians to do the deep clean. If we have it at all 3 sites, it really becomes hard to do the deep clean that is necessary at the sites. We're not opposed to it. We just haven't figured out how to do all 3 sites at this time.
And related to that. Well, first off, real quick one, cameras 24/7?
Yeah.
So that's why we're able to see things that are going on on campus. That's not just related to ELA, but other things as well.
Yes.
And I lost the thought I had that related to what you were just saying, Shannon. But it seems to me that if you don't have it at all 3 elementary schools, you're restricting students that need it. And it appears from the numbers, it's obvious that it's needed at all 3 communities. So I guess related to that is, at what point do you ever lose the number 1 status and move back into number 2 because you haven't been able to meet all the students' needs?
The rate 2, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That would go off of our unduplicated student count. So if our unduplicated student count goes below 55%, we could get bumped back into a rate 2. Now that we're in rate 1, we should be guaranteed rate 1 for at least 3 years, from my understanding. But yeah, it all depends on the unduplicated student count. And then if the legislature decides to raise it back up to 75% instead of keeping it at 55% as it is now.
And are you under any financial pressures?
No. No. No, we're doing well. We have carryover funding. We're able to use the 23-24 money the following year, the 24-25 money the following year. Everything carries over to the following year. So that's why we've had the extra to be able to do some facilities upgrades. But at the end of the day, it's for the students. So that's why all the future focused is what are programs that the students need.
And I, as just an observer, have really appreciated what you've been able to do and what staff's been able to do to work together to creatively use the resources that ELAP has available. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. A couple questions. So, first, actually, you created this from scratch with a lot of support, I understand, but thank you for creating such a successful program. It's really been amazing. With MPH, I imagine you've already thought about it, but in case you haven't, throwing it out there that possibly one of the other leads, the other sites, it's a different time. Could we somehow use the same staffing that we have in the afternoon program to work in the morning program? Is that possible?
Right now, the site leads at the elementaries are already 8 hours, because it includes quite a bit of prep time because they plan and prep every single activity, as well as do attendance and record keeping. So it would probably be a separate position.
And possibly could any of the worker, no, because it'll be an 8-hour position. No. Okay, gotcha. For the 6th graders, then is it how it's envisioned? They could potentially go to the morning program and then go back to their elementary site for afternoon program.
Absolutely. The 6th graders will remain the same. They can go to the afternoon elementaries, and then also participate in the morning if they want.
All right, fantastic. Did some numbers in my head. It looks like from the sounds of it, the ELAP program is servicing probably somewhere in the vicinity of 30% of our K-8 students. It's a huge percentage. And it's pretty phenomenal. And also at Hoffman too. I mean, that really, I didn't know off my top of my head what kind of numbers we had at Hoffman. But those are really significant numbers. It's really doing a lot to be able to service our students, and it's going to help in terms of our academic moving the needle as well. So thank you. Welcome.
I just want to add one thing, a recognition of Haley for the Visionary Leadership Award from CDE. And if you haven't seen also her fireside chats with CDE on YouTube, please check those out. Again, thank you, Haley. You're absolutely amazing. We're just so grateful for everything you do.
I know at our next meeting in December, our county superintendent of schools of expanded learning is planning to come up and discuss the award that I received. So I'll just leave you with that.
So you'll be back.
I'll be back.
9.8, Educational Services, presentation of the financial literacy course requirements and course development.
All right. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share an update on our financial literacy course committee and course development. I would like to introduce our guest speaker with us today from the California Foundation for History that you might have seen before as a former Rim of the World Unified School District teacher. So I'm going to ask you for a moment to introduce yourself as well.
So formal. I am a former Rim of the World teacher, proudly so. 26 years of my educational career was right here at Rim of the World. I taught at MPH and at the high school. Left Rim of the World to go work at the County Office of Education as their ELA and history coordinator. I did that for 10 years. I retired for 2 weeks. And seriously, and I started working as an educational consultant with the Education Foundation for History Education. And I have been doing consulting work with Corwin as well, doing their visible learning and their teacher clarity work around the Southern California area.
Okay, thank you. Barbara Lean has also been working with us. You may have seen previously on our Ethnic Studies Committee, and we'll be referencing that a little bit in our presentation today. So next slide, Mark. For the presentation today, we're going to share a little bit about the committee structure, AB 2927 requirements around the financial literacy course, the development of the course, the process we're going through there, our partnership within the committee with the California Foundation for History, as well as our community student and staff members, looking at the implications for our master schedule and our grad requirements, the impact to ethnic studies, as well as next steps. All right. In terms of our committee structure, what you see here is that we wanted to make sure that all of our educational partners were included. And so we invited parent and community members. We had a student focus group that occurred last month, which was at our second committee meeting. We have our history social science teachers, which will share more about the AB 2927 requirements. Administrators, counselors in terms of that master schedule impact. Of course, our California Foundation for History education representatives and the Ed Services team. Next slide. So what you'll see for the AB 2927 requirements, I'm going to get you started with, and then Mrs. Lane will be taking over. When we look at those requirements, the financial literacy course is required for the graduation year of 2030-31. So with that requirement, the course must be offered beginning in the 27-28 year. So very similar to the cycle for ethnic studies, you do an offering period and then a grad requirement period. Economics will remain a required course offering, which I know is a big question that keeps coming our way. Students may meet the economics requirement through the financial literacy course, but not opposite. Okay, so econ can't replace financial literacy, but they can waive econ through the financial literacy requirement, but not until 30. Yes, when the grad requirement starts.
So we have to start offering it in 27, but the wave of the economics class cannot be done until the 30-31 graduates.
The students who take it, if they're upperclassmen, would be as a elective. They wouldn't be really any kind of working towards graduation.
not the way in which the bill is currently written.
So we have to offer it, but it may not necessarily be students available to take the course.
It's a possibility. And we all know with assembly bills, they put all these caveats into it, just like we'll talk about ethnic studies and
Yeah.
just a moment. And that was more of a funding issue on the governor's side. He didn't give us a line item. So the idea is that the kids can take it, but they can't waive their economics class. So they will have to take both financial literacy and economics. If they take it their senior year, which is what we're looking at right now, then the 30-31 class can elect to waive the economics course for the financial literacy course. I know it sounds complicated, but
Actually, no, you clarified. Thank you.
Next up.
it's the bill.
It's the bill.
It's the bill. The requirements of the bill, I apologize for the glasses. I can't see as well as I used to.
No apology for glasses.
I know, but mine are, I can see all of you really well. I can't see the iPad. You're right there with me, Jordan, yeah. So it is going to be a standalone course, which means we cannot mix it with any other course. And I know that that is very impactful on our A through G requirements, but according to the Assembly bill, it must be a standalone course. And the focus of the bill in its entirety and the course has to be personal finance. The bill itself gives us 13 different requirements. We worked was it just last week with the week before with your teachers and consolidated those 13, because the 13th one was, and any other thing you might want to add to it, to about 9 different categories. And we'll show you that on one of the slides. The idea of the Assembly bill is to give students the opportunity to understand how finances work, not just while they're in school, but after school. And you're going to see some lovely comments by the students we had a wonderful opportunity to talk with about what they think should be in a financial literacy course. The state offers the opportunity to provide a curriculum guide for us by May of 2026. That is still an opportunity that they're working on at the CDE. However, because we know that the state sometimes gets a little busy, they also provide us a caveat that says, just in case there isn't an adopted curriculum for us, that we will, as our own districts that we're working in across the state of California, have to be creative and come up with our own. There are textbooks out there that are available. They are just in the beginning stages, but McGraw-Hill has one that's out there, but like economics, it tends to be a 635-page textbook for a semester-long course. So a lot of what your economics teachers are doing now can work in with, because they infuse financial literacy into your economics course anyway. So we had a lovely conversation about that as well last week when we were talking to your teachers.
Excellent.
This is what I covered in the event that they don't have the model curriculum ready for us. They want us to know that we still have to move forward with the course with or without that model. I think there's 2 slides.
That slide got duplicated.
Yeah.
So looking at our committee meetings to date, as Barbara has shared, our first meeting, we talked about the course purpose. We went over the 13 elements of the requirements. A key component was in both the first meeting and the second meeting was we had parent voice from about 8:30 to 10. I think the second one went even into 10:30. There was a lot of parent and community feedback that came with that. Even prior to starting the financial literacy committee, I had met actually with the REMED Foundation at an event and had several parents and community members at a REMED Foundation event share some thoughts about what we might want to consider that we're also sharing with the committee. They specifically noted things around security around financial literacy, and especially as AI is coming around. And you know, you may put into AI, okay, create my financial plan. right? And at the bottom of AI, it says can make mistakes. So you want to consider, right, as they are learning new technology sources, that they're also being wise, they are savvy, and we're teaching them the skills, right, to be independent with that financial well-being. So that was great feedback from the Remand Foundation partners. So you see again on the second meeting, again, we brought in parent community partners, dove a little bit deeper into the 13 requirements. We had them posted throughout the room and really dove into what that means. And then we also had the student focus group where the students were able to provide feedback on what they know. What is their current financial literacy understanding? Where did they learn it from? How did they come to those pieces, and what do they want to learn, right? What did they think that maybe they might need in their future? So that was a really powerful, and we'll share some of those comments that we have from the students shortly. We used the same student focus group that we're using for the LCAP educational partners, student focus group at the high school. And so they were very comfortable sharing
Very open.
sharing their thoughts, so, which was great. Meeting 3 is coming up in January. That'll be the last committee meeting where we come together and really finalize some of the details that you're hearing. And then meetings 4 and 5, which happen in February, are going to be where we're doing our curriculum writing. And similar to the way that we did that with ethnic studies, they'll be doing the curriculum writing and preparing the course development for UC Doorways. We have some backup. I know it says on there it could be going through March. We have some backup days in the event of snow, so we have to adjust those. Next slide. So some of the student voice highlights that you're seeing there. Yeah, again, as we talked about, we asked them, you know, what do they already understand? What if maybe they've been taught by their families about financial literacy? What are topics they feel unprepared for? It's interesting how even you have juniors and seniors talking about not really knowing what insurance does or how it works or how it's impacting their livelihood. So we'll add to that in a moment. But what meaningful learning experiences they would like to have around activities, simulations, budgeting projects, hands-on financial decision-making. They really want to see this course be engaging and hands-on and practical and implementable, where they can take it out and feel like, okay, if I'm going to go buy a car, I understand it. If I'm an 11th or a 12th grader, I already have a job, I can take a look at my paycheck and understand how it's broken up. Right. And then when I go to plan for, you know, maybe jumping into an apartment, buying a new car, you know, what are all the costs that are involved with that so that they're budgeting and not just thinking about paycheck to paycheck, but how are they planning for their future? So we have some really great comments from them. So as you take a look at that slide, I'll read a few of them. I don't know if you want to highlight any ones that really spoke to you.
I think they all did. The kids were absolutely wonderful, and they truly didn't hold back on anything that they said. A lot of them started out with, I don't know a whole lot about finances. You know, it's I get an allowance or I don't get an allowance, or I have a job and I still don't understand net and gross. And so the conversations were absolutely wonderful to have, to see what they really wanted. But the one that stood out to me was the one on the bottom right-hand corner. A financial literacy course should be hands-on. We should bring in people who can help us understand how money works, not just read about it from a book. And so the idea that they want to hear from bankers, they want to hear from different career opportunities. So they think they might want to do this for a living, but financially, can they afford to do so? Do we want to stay in our own community and give back, or do we want to move off the mountain? One of our parents was I'm embarrassed because he's 44 years old and he was a former student of mine. I can't figure out how that happened because I'm not even 50 yet, but but it was lovely to see him, and he just said, Miss Lane, and I said, do I know you? And he's a man, and he was very adamant about the fact that he didn't know enough about how money worked in order to make the decisions that suited him. And he found himself early on being in debt a little bit more than he wished he had been in. And he talked about the fact that his family moved to Orange County and trying to understand moving from the mountain communities to the Orange County communities, and making sure that our kids really, really understand that there's a little bit of sheltering up here, and then the realities of what it takes to survive in the side of the mountain communities. And so he was very impassioned about that. But he did come back. He's raising his family and he's a part of our community. And
he's a real estate agent.
He's a real estate agent and very pleased to be able to have a voice in this course that's going to be developed.
And further on the student voice, it was really interesting to hear them talk about their fear of debt. Right, and what they've learned maybe from family or friends about what that means, what loans entail. But just watching some kind of challenging stories and people that they know that they wanted to avoid, but they didn't really know how to start. Right, because they knew that they wanted to go to college, they know that they want that's going to require the FAFSA, right? That they're going to have some debt, you know, as they're diving into that. But like, what is good debt and what is bad debt? And how do you manage debt, right? And how do you look at that ratio? And then when you want to go and buy a home. And so really having a lot of that feedback was really interesting because they really did lay out their cards of like just feeling like, because many of them are seniors. They're like, I'm going to be doing this on my own very soon. And I really want to be able to be empowered and have the knowledge and skills to navigate that on my own. So next up. Yeah, so more of the quotes, we won't read all of them, but you can kind of check those out and see what they were sharing. Next slide. Parent and community input. A lot of our parent community members really focused on real world readiness, navigating post-secondary financial decisions, partnerships with financial institutions, relevant and inclusive examples, support for our multilingual learners. So again, as we heard earlier tonight, even about our parent engagement night, that really, that's a little deviation from this presentation, but our parent engagement night for our multilingual families that we're planning for January really came through our ELACs and our DLACs, wanting to create that sense of community within our ELAC and DLAC families, but identifying what needs they have. And it's interesting that a financial component was included in that. And so we're very excited that each of our school sites has staff that is going to be bringing the different groups, if you will, to that EL parent workshop for supporting our multilingual learners and families.
So I have a question on this one in terms of parent input. When we say partnerships with local financial institutions, are we also looking into bringing in like a financial planner, you know, so that if we're talking future, what does that mean? What does that look like? You have a 6-month emergency supply list, and then you have your 401ks or whatever you're going to do, and letting the kids understand, because, you know, California now has that Cal Savers plan. It's a forced plan. Super excited as a small business to manage it, but you know, mandatory 5% minimum and all that other stuff. And it's like, when people don't, even adults don't even know that, that's a mandatory plan. And so I just, are we, is that kind of some of the stuff that we're looking towards too, is really, I know it's kind of nitty gritty, but it's not, you know, especially if they want to go for a job and they go, what they should be asking is not only our salary, but what are my benefits package? What are you offering pension plans and all this other stuff? So,
and we talked
those right questions
around the idea of like guest speakers and bringing in the financial institutions, business owners from the mountain, so that it makes it real for our students. But at the same time, they can ask those questions around, what does that look like? You know, should I have, should I enroll in disability? Should I enroll in these different insurance and opportunities for 401k, your Roth, your IRA? You know, do I invest in those things because they're thinking of the dollars and cents that they're going to bring home on a monthly and how they're supporting their future? One day they will retire. They may not be thinking about that right now, but they want to make sure that they're planning for it as early as possible. So I think that was a highlight of both our community partners as well as our staff, who were sharing that the guest speaker component and making it engaging and really saying, what does this really look like for you? And what are some of the things you need to be looking out for?
And it is going to be one of the things that my colleague Frank and I that I work with on this with Jennifer is creating a bank of names, if you will, that we can reach out to in our community, so that we have this running resource regardless of who's teaching the course, that we know that we can contact the financial planners, bankers, etc.
And we've already capitalized on that a little bit. Some of our parent community members came from our principals reaching out to communications, and thank you, Mr. Gomes, for specifically that real estate agent having those partnerships and you know, that community engagement piece is going to make that list even longer. So that as we go to next slide and look at how our teachers will be building the curriculum and the 13 elements that are required in the course. You know, we're really identifying those essential standards, but how are we sequencing the course, taking a look at those lists, how are we bringing in each of those components in a meaningful way? And that'll really be a deeper dive in the January meeting. When we take a look a little bit further, they go pretty deep already, but now they're really going to start sequencing so that then when they get to their curriculum writing days, they have a wealth of knowledge there.
Some of the things, and we don't have the 13 components up on the slide for you, but it really is quite detailed what the state has laid out for us. So in setting up this class, we have to have these components in, such as banking, personal banking, savings accounts, managing fees, principles of budgeting, employment and understanding factors, net income, including topics that are described in things like the effect of credit. What does it mean to use a credit card, and what happens if it's 29.6%? And if I only pay the minimum amount, it's going to take me 30 or 40 years. Jordana, you're a math teacher. I'm telling you preaching to the choir here. Uses the cost of loans. The idea of student loans, is that a wise investment? It's a student loan. Can I afford to pay for school? Do I go to a private school versus a Cal State because of the cost of that? What about loan forgiveness programs and the whole idea behind it? There's insurance that we have to talk about. There's investing that is required. Consumer protection is another big one. Identity theft is another major component. So the bill really laid out some specific items that have to be addressed in the course.
And of those 13, then you can see the course design framework here. We condensed those into 19. So your 9, your 13 are in 9. So that in an 18-week course, you've got about 2 weeks for each, so they can pace those out and really look at how they can intentionally plan each of those.
So Barbara mentioned insurance when you were listing the different 13 different components, or just the whole concept, I hope, of just risk management. Now, side note, the reason why I went into teaching, why I became a math teacher, was financial literacy, seeing a lot of people in my life making huge mistakes, finding themselves in a big financial hole. I was fortunate as a young adult to really do a deep dive into this sort of, education. So I've been for years very much on the bandwagon of we need to have financial literacy for our students. It's a life skill. Yeah, very much so. So that aside, so I've got notes like crazy here. So I won't go. I know I'm also knowing that we're short on time. So risk management in terms of insurance, making sure that we're hitting the whole strategy in terms of having an emergency fund, and then allowing us to be able to take larger deductibles, so that just the bigger strategies. I'm worried sometimes with the textbook, it might go through, this is what this is, and this is what that is. And when I taught pre-calculus, I would take a couple of weeks out of this normal curriculum to do a deep dive into financial planning. The seniors were hungry for it, and they would come in. It was one of the most, there's no need to motivate students when you're dealing with, these are really real problems they're going to be facing in the next couple of months. And I'm very concerned about making sure that we talk about things like delayed gratification, which oftentimes that could be, I got my big paycheck and I'm going to go spend it all. And being able to understand what it means to save a little and be able to understand you're saving for the bigger future, and having compounding interest, be able to build that stronger future. So there's a lot of different things that it's more the whys that are built into the concepts and the strategy that I'm really hoping that we have that bigger picture focus as we're putting together the curriculum. It's incredibly important, because having the knowledge may not necessarily be providing them a framework of what are best practices or what are your risk tolerances in terms of being able to be able to do this stuff. So, I've got a bunch of things here concerned about making sure that a lot of our kids become 1099 employees and they don't understand that they're going to be paying taxes the next year. So making sure that we have those protections so that as they are earning our money, they're not going and spending it all, and then a year later have this ginormous tax bill and don't have the money to pay for it. So
that's a part of it as well, Jordana. They have taxes, tax advantages, 401ks, retirement accounts, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, the impact of personal currency and tax forms and paychecks.
index funds, different types of mutual funds.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then another thought that having something they call like a reality check, kind of like a 3-hour, 4-hour like fair, where there is a simulation of life in terms of what financially looks like, having different kinds of booths. So kids are given some sort of an idea based on your career. This is the education. This is your paycheck's going to be like. So as you go through all the different booths, what is going to be taken out of that paycheck and really what to expect in terms of living life. So just throwing that out there as well as the possibility of being able to have students experience in the course of hours a reality check in terms of what happens with the money that you're earning and really what is your discretional income. So I just did a deep dive. Sorry about that, but just I'm very excited about this.
The kids wanted it to be more of a simulation type of a class where they get a proposed paycheck and they have to go through it, and then they have to create budgets and understand how do I save 10% when there isn't 10% actually left.
You pay yourself first.
Right. And they really did. I think there were more than half of the kids sitting around the table that said, we want it to be real life. We want it to be relevant, not just to our age now, but as we progress through college or career.
You might be worthwhile. I know H&R Block has an online simulation that is over the course of a semester. And I know that I'm sure that, I've used that and I used to be free. There are other simulators out there, allow them students to do online bill pay, to be able to go through, buy insurance, do all that as a simulation. So the curriculum could also possibly be out there already in some sort of a reality simulation, which would be really super cool.
You check reality check, you pick, right?
Yeah.
I would affirm what the students are saying. We, at any given time, have 10 to 12 young people, some of them still students that are working at our coffee shop. I still have people who have checks that they haven't cashed for over 8 months and some longer. And that I'm like, how are you able to do that? Well, because maybe it's not even understanding the value of that check, and that it's, you got to do something with it instead of just stick it in a box.
That's key. All right, next slide.
It's not safe.
So one of the questions that has also come up, because when we were originally pulling together the committee for the ethnic studies course, and at the time, the information that we had was building ethnic studies alongside financial literacy as 2 requirements in the master schedule. Our committee determined that they wanted to see the courses both taught in 12th grade, because they wanted to consider students that were potentially transferring in or out, right? And that to make sure that they met the requirement. If another district, didn't do it yet, right? They did it in 9th through 10th. Ethnic studies had that flexibility. But so what happened with our committee is we took a look at ethnic studies because we were planning in the master schedule to back them up. So if you still had Gov Econ and you had ethnic studies and financial literacy, then it would match up in your master schedule. But with the caveat of the fact that this can waive the econ standards, we also had to dive into, okay, what do you see in the econ standards versus what you see in the 13 components of the financial literacy course? Then we had a conversation, and forgive me, it's a couple layers here, around ethnic studies and how it can be kind of relooked at, reconvene the ethnic studies committee to see if we want to embed it in a course so that we, again, are looking at the master schedule and the impact to our students. So when we had those conversations, we also looked at the ed code around ethnic studies and the caveat of funding, and that ethnic studies is currently on a pause. So to kind of share with you what the committee discussed, which essentially is the same members who are on the ethnic studies committee, I think give or take 1 or 2. They talked about saying, let's pause ethnic studies. Currently, we offer ethnic studies on Edgenuity at all of our high schools. And putting that on a pause until there is the financial backing, which is identified in the law. So once it is a funded component, because the law requires it to be funded, then we can utilize that funding to reconvene the ethnic studies committee. And in the interim, we still have the Edgenuity course as a backup. So then for the overlap of offering financial literacy and pulling into the econ side, you have the offer in 27-28. We did check in with Edgenuity and they do have the financial literacy course available. And so you could essentially offer on Edgenuity, but what we talked about with like our counseling staff is when they do their course requests every year is to identify where are your course requests, while essentially that financial literacy course would be an elective because it's not yet a requirement. And so essentially it would be an Edgenuity course and then flip once the grad requirement happens, where econ can go on Edgenuity since you have to still offer it, and then your financial literacy could become your in-person. But again, taking a look at those course requests, working with your master schedule, it kind of created some complexities, but our committee really thought through each of those pieces to have a plan moving forward. Thanks.
The question on the econ, flipping to Edgenuity, does that still become a UC approved class and worked into your GPA, all of that?
So, and it's still a grad requirement.
Right.
Until 30/31, and then we would be waiting for CSBA guidance on how to adjust the board policy.
Okay.
And is Edgenuity going to do what you're planning on doing with our course? It doesn't seem like it would.
So Edgenuity is going to be required to still, we found that they covered 9 of the 13 elements. And so within our time frame of when it has to be offered, we'll have to work with Edgenuity to ensure that it covers the remaining of the 13, but they're going to cover it in a virtual format. So there's going to be difference. Slide there. I think I talked about that one already as well, so we can click on it. Implementation timeline, I think we talked about as well. We've been talking about this since 2024, and we'll be in process through 2026 to build the course. You see the offering in 27-28, grad requirement 30/31. Next slide. Again, we're appreciative of that partnership with California Foundation for History. I'll tell you, during one of the committee meetings, they contacted CDE during the meeting. Just to, and specifically around the ethnic studies requirement and CDE's understanding of the component of it being paused. So like you've probably seen, you know, all your ed sources around ethnic studies being paused because of the funding component.
And they have not been given any guidance either from the governor's office to the CDE. So it's literally been crickets. It was not expected not to be funded. And when it wasn't funded, I think every high school in the state of California jaw dropped and said, what do we do now? But in the law, the bill itself, it said that this will be a graduation requirement if it is funded. And then I think there was an awful lot of pushback that they felt that they needed to pull back and try to meet the needs of various groups.
Yes. So just wanted to highlight at the end here that what our community is saying is that it's crucial that we really have intentionality with the expertise of this course design. And by working with the California Foundation for History and really being able to dive in with the committee, it's given us an opportunity to do that intentionally and methodically and to make sure we're doing that right, but that we're also listening to our community and to our students about the financial health and well-being of our students in their future. Next slide, please. And again, gives you the remainder of the timeline and how we'll be working through. Once we have the curriculum written in February, March range, then of course we'll go through the process of submitting the UC doorways, submitting to the board and going through that approval. Again, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to give you an update. Any questions?
I have one more. Is there going to be any certification for people who would be actually teaching this? I mean, I understand we're just putting this in social studies, but that doesn't mean that they understand financial literacy. The teachers.
There isn't any certification right now. It's going to, there were 2 places in which it could live. And history seemed to be the best place to put it. It could also have been a math piece as well, but your economics teachers are already adding components of financial literacy into economics, just like we had a quite a hefty conversation about the principles of economics should probably be laid out the first few weeks so that there is a foundation upon which to build all of this other information. So they are doing it now, even though it isn't a requirement as a component to economics. They're just excited to have the opportunity to give it more of an emphasis because it's the practical side of living outside of high school.
And they really expanded upon it in the committee meetings, really highlighting that, yes, they teach econ, but they teach so much more than that. And one of the teachers invited me to his class the next week to see his Shark Tank activity, where students were building their own businesses, and myself and another teacher were asking them every question under the sun about how they were financing their business, how they were paying for benefits, their market for it. It was an amazing project, and but it really highlighted the ideas and the projects that they're already embedding into econ. And it is part of the components, having been a former history and econ teacher, of really understanding the econ principles to be able to teach financial literacy.
We heard she was really quite a tough question.
We had a good time. Yeah. We had a good time. Any questions? Thank you, and thank you, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me come.
Good to see you again, Barbara. Oh, VOE.
All right, let's get the good stuff started.
Let me, 9.9, educational services, presentation of the 2025-2026 school highlights at Valley of Enchantment Elementary School.
The best elementary school, as I heard earlier, Dr. Moss.
On the moon.
On the mountain. So before excuse me. It's not the only tonight.
Hi.
Before I get started though, I do want to thank everybody that was able to attend. Tomorrow's readiness starts today. I am always looking for a time to highlight and showcase the amazing work that happens at VOE. And yesterday it was on point, and it was there. And Sydney and Miss Holly and Jenna Barra, they did an amazing job, as all our staff does every day. So does VOE's the best. All right. That's my
That makes me on YouTube.
So when I was going through my presentation and putting this together, when I pulled our mission and vision statements, VOE truly lives its mission and vision. VOE, we empower our students to thrive as compassionate, curious, and capable global citizens. We cultivate strong academic foundations, critical thinking, creative, and resilience while nurturing each child's individuality and love of learning in a safe, supportive environment. And we do that every day, no matter what. In our vision, we work together to create an engaging and inclusive learning experience. We strive to inspire lifelong learners who are prepared to adapt, collaborate, and lead in an ever-changing world. This page gives me a little bit of anxiety because it's constantly changing. When I made it on, when the slide got created on Monday, it has changed since today. I pulled the numbers. As you can see, the numbers are not accurate. When I pulled them today, our current enrollment, including pre-K, is 603. We have 588 students in GK through 5th, and we have the 15 students in the pre-K building. Our ratio is 15:1 for the pre-K. GK through 2nd, it's 23:1, and in the 3rd through 5th, it's 31:1. So we there is definitely a sign somewhere down the hill that says, "Welcome to VOE, it's the best," because they just keep coming. So thanks, Mark. So when I first looked at the CASPAT dashboard and how I wanted to help display it, you know, as a principal, we look at these and we think, oh, you know, there's never a good way to roll out data. But I went back to a point that Jordan, you said yesterday at our panel discussion. And one of the things that Jordan said yesterday was that change happens with sustained programs within a 3 to 5 year period, 5 to 7 year period. And that is 100% true. So I pulled the data and I looked at the overall positive story for VOE over a 3-year testing cycle, 23, 24, 25.
VOA demonstrates clear, consistent growth in ELA, math, and science over the 3-year periods. We have many groups that have notable multi-year improvements helping narrow the achievement gap. Math and science have shown some of the strongest gains, especially between the years 23 and 24. The instructional systems MTSS supports, MTSS coordinator, and interventions are resulting in real gains reflecting across multiple subgroups. And the 2025 data indicates that we are making movement across ELA and the CAS. So I can never just target 1 year because I need to take the total 3 in the whole. All right, so for our school plan and student achievement, we have 3 goals that we focus on at VOE: fostering academic excellence and promoting professional growth. Goal 2, creating a safe and positive school environment through culture, climate, and facilities. And 3, cultivating family and community relationships. So goal 1, when we look at VOE, we need to think about some of our strongest points. We have the availability and thankfully the funding for additional Title I supports at VOE that some of the other schools don't have. We do have MTSS coordinators and services, EL services, and we together bring in things like dog reading and Saturday school. We have and house the largest Saturday school program each month, and sometimes we'll run twice a month. Our kids not only come for the engaging activities and lessons, but they come for their meals and they come for their socialization. It's a VOE Rocks Saturday school. Our staff designs lessons that are engaging, rigorous, and standards aligned. Our staff uses evidence-based strategies, inquiring hands-on learning and opportunities for critical thinking. We also provide small group instruction, targeted interventions, and enrichments to ensure students receive the supports and challenges they need individually. This year, VOE rolled out the UA model, which is universal access for all. And we have seen tremendous growth just in the first round, and we've already started our second round of the 6 weeks intervention cycle. Goal 2, please. Okay, creating a safe and positive school environment through culture, climate, and facilities. One of the things that VOE is strong at is our PBIS systems and that are in place. But this year, with the help and support of our PBIS team, especially Jessica Bazakas, we've introduced Rooted Together. And that's to strengthen our family and community connections, because we can talk all day about the language and our culture and our values, but we wanted to make sure that our community also had those same language and message as well. So we partnered with some of the businesses in town. They have, for instance, a couple of the restaurants in town have placemats that say our vision and values here at VOE, and then every month what we are targeting and focusing on. Okay. Great, please, thank you. And goal 3, cultivating family and community relationships. If I was going to say anything, VOE does this really well. We are a huge family and we like to bring in our community partnerships. We've had amazing, we have amazing community science nights, family paint nights, community garden project. But I'm very, very thankful for our PTA. They go above and beyond to support our students and staff. They do things every month for us. Just this month, they put together a food drive to support at least 35 of our own families for Thanksgiving meals. And they had the support of Goodwins as well. So we do that very well. And then the last just pictures to here. Stay going. Thanks. Our babies. Any questions? All right, that was, I think that was fastest.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not going.
No.
This is my bedtime. I expect that call from Stowe Day.
9.10 Educational Services Presentation of the 2025-2026 Gift and Talented Education Program.
All right, good evening again. I think you've seen us before. Just being here.
Familiar face.
Yes, lots of familiar faces. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share a update with you. You've got the presentation in front of you, and you also have a small packet of some of the sample documents that you'll see referenced there. And so just wanted to give you a little piece of information about the journey for GATE. Our last group of students that was GATE tested was the current 6th graders. So our journey this year will be identifying 3rd through 5th graders so that we can close that gap there. But also we want you to know we've been working on this for a while. Meeting in, I think it was the spring of last year and maybe even a winter last year, meeting with GATE coordinators, instructional coaches across ed services, lots of collaboration meetings on how we were going to look at what is our GATE program, what does it provide, and truly how are we messaging that to our families and making it an enriching and intentional piece. So really want to say a huge thank you to our site administrators, our ELOP coordinator. You're going to see some great things that she's going to be bringing into our GATE program to really shift this, because as we were looking at the past of the GATE identification assessment, we were feeling like it was missing some students. And so we looked at a multi-measure system, and so you'll see us reference that today. So you like, I think she's cool. All right. So that overview, which you'll also see within this packet, gives you the breakdown of how students are identified for GATE moving forward. We're going to be starting that identification process very soon and hoping to wrap that up by about February at the latest, notifications by March. But starting that program immediately and really looking at what that enrichment and curriculum are. So if you take a look at that identification list, and I believe we're going to go into that in a little bit more depth, the students will need to meet at least 3 of those criteria. And again, we wanted to look across multiple measures. And we also want you to take note in the packet. One of those pieces, which we always want to be intentional about, is the GATE identification teacher nomination rubric. And our team did a really great job of pulling together what that would look like so that it was a database system for us to identify some strengths in areas that wouldn't necessarily be seen in iReady or CASP, but would demonstrate an opportunity for students to demonstrate that they are gifted and talented in other ways. And that, again, our teachers know our students best. They see them day in, day out, and that they could really use a rubric that was database as one of the potential measures that would be one of the 3. So next slide. So essentially this slide gives you an overview that we're really looking to provide a rigorous, engaging, and equitable GATE program so that when a parent says, okay, my student was GATE identified, now what does that mean? We have those details around what is that enrichment during the day as well as after school opportunities. So the program will operate in a 6-week cycle, offered after school as well from 3 to 4:30 at each elementary campus. Instructional groups will maintain a 1-to-20 adult to student ratio, ensuring both safety and meaningful engagement. But again, it's key that we note that this will also be available to our RVA students as well. And so they could go to their home location elementary to take advantage of these opportunities. Next slide. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Bethany.
Yes, so as Ms. Whiteside said, we needed to look at some multi-tiered criteria to get these kids, because in the past we had been giving our students one test, and that one test was missing a lot of students. Some kids are not test takers, and we know GATE kids don't necessarily, they're not necessarily just the test taker. So we decided, we came together and came up with a teacher nomination rubric, which we'll look at in a moment. We also knew that we did need to go ahead and look at common district assessments, iReady diagnostics, and their CAS scores. And of course, attendance and behavior will take a place. Next slide, please. All right, so this is your GATE identification page. It will be broken up into 9 sections identifying for the GATE program. As you can see, the first 2 are iReady diagnostic, both in ELA and math. Your numbers 3 and 4 are your common district assessments for ELA and math. Your 5 and 6 are your CASP results for math and ELA. 7 will be the teacher recommendation rubric, which we'll look at in one moment. Your attendance, and of course, behavior. Okay, we want to look at a broad picture of the whole student. Next slide, please. So this is our district GATE rubric. The teacher will have to make a recommendation based on 8 sections of evaluation: the advanced verbal written expression, rapid learning, grasp of new concept, problem solving, reasoning, task commitment, and then curiosity, inquiry, creativity, leadership, and emotional and social maturity. So the teacher will have to go ahead, and this is all for grades 3, 4, and 5 as well. Okay, so they need to go through the rubrics from a 4 to 1 grading each student. Next slide, please. All right, the enrichment piece.
We're gonna be offering after school enrichment portions, one activity per trimester for students that are identified in the gate. So we picked 3 different curriculum components to pique students' interest, to give them access to something that they wouldn't get during the regular school day, and to just challenge them not only academically but creatively as well. So the first one is claymation. It's offering students the opportunity to work with clay, software, cameras, lenses, and then it all culminates into them doing their own student film festival where they would showcase their own claymation movies. And again, this would be like a 6-week project they would work on and then showcase that together with the other students and their families. Next slide. The next component for the next trimester would be drone designers. It integrates indoor drones, and the students would come up with creatively designed costumes, choreographed flight paths, so that at the end of those 6 weeks, they would actually perform a drone showcase demonstrating a coded aerial routine, and sharing how they came up with that design process.
Oh.
We're out. Indoor drones is what I had envisioned, but next slide. And then the last trimester will be Right Brain books. The students have access to books that are illustration only, and they're the ones that come up with the stories. And then at the end of that, they get to produce their own published stories. So they will take these books that are already made, but then add their literacy component to it.
If I could add to that one, this specific component was something that Ms. Palaio, our assistant to the Office of Ed Services, and I, we saw a showcase on this at a training about 2 years ago. And it was something that we had shared with Kaylee and thought, I wonder if this is something that students would have interest in. I may have tested it out on my own son just to see how that would work out. But it was really interesting if you actually see what these books look like and how they really spark students' interest to be creative and to take that next step and to say, what do I see? And what do I see on the pages? And how can I tell that story? And then when you look at the different students and how they build the story, it is a really innovative thought, and even the title, Right Brain books, and how the students can really showcase that. So as we're looking at these different curriculum components and really trying to engage a parent night where our students can showcase what they're doing and how they're engaging and how they're being enriched through the GATE program.
Next slide. Okay. So some program goals and expected outcomes, 3 different categories, academic and cognitive outcomes. We really want to strengthen their analytical and creativity, their critical thinking skills, literacy, writing proficiency, and then develop their technological and engineering literacy. Social emotional outcomes, obviously we're giving them the opportunity to build self-esteem, working together as teams after school, having that collaboration and the leadership skills component, promoting perseverance and problem solving, and then the STEM and real world skills, just providing them the hands-on exposure to these projects to get them excited, to just increase the exposure to something that they wouldn't have during the regular school day. Yeah, next slide.
And with any program, we need to make sure that we're assessing it and evaluating it along the way. So to make sure its effectiveness, we'll give a pre and post participation survey to both students and staff. Teacher observations and student work samples. We'll continue with the GATE rubric and progress indicators. Of course, family feedback and participation data across all 3 campuses.
That's it. And essentially just wrapping up and closing, our GATE program, we're hoping will be robust, engaging, and really demonstrate that enrichment that's equitable across our advanced learners, integrating those components that we talked about that really value student voice. And it aligns with our district goals because I always have to drop the LCAP in, But again, high quality extended learning and talent development. But we really, again, in all of our collaboration meetings, we're talking about how do we make sure we reach students, right? Because their genius is found in different ways. And how do we utilize multiple measures to identify the different areas that they have genius and really capitalize on opportunities that they're going to find engaging. Do you have any questions?
I do. 18 weeks, starting in January, or when do you plan to start the program?
So we'll begin doing the original assessments from teachers, the rubrics, we'll get that rolled out, hopefully as we go back from Christmas break. And then we hope to have students in the seats coming in February. So we won't necessarily get all 3 out this year, but we've got the 3 established for the coming.
Fantastic. And are you looking at, as far as the 3 different units, having them happening in parallel at each of the 3 different elementaries, or is it going to be one, like it'll rotate through the 3?
No, yeah, is everybody doing the same thing? So if I'm at DOE and then I go over to CHE, sorry.
Yeah, actually, Cindy's paraphrasing the, so is it all going to, are they gonna be doing the same unit at all 3 sites at the same time? Or will it be that it rotates so that the one, so 6 weeks here and then they'll get the next 6 weeks in a new one, but that first one will go to another site?
I think for effectiveness and to see how the program's working, we should all do the same at the same time so we can evaluate.
Maybe not necessarily on the same exact day, because it'll depend on the staff member but yes, the same time.
It's exciting, thank you.
There's a lot of creativity in it, which is really cool. I'm not sure I see math much in it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in your drones,
coding.
in the coding.
Loading coding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're trying to hit all different modalities with regards to and curriculum based. So you have your drones, your math, your designing for your art pieces, you have your writing. There will be all different components in it. We're trying to hit them all.
It's applied math.
Applied math here, but also as we're looking at UC Davis C-STEM, we are looking at expanding that in terms of our math. We'll have the robo-blocky and the link bots across all 4th through 8th starting next year. So we have a lot of things happening math as well, and a wonderful math pilot happening now. Feel free to check out the materials. Those are the literary topics. Thank you.
I really appreciate this teacher nomination rubric, because when it was one test, it was leaving out those artistic kids, the ones that think in that side of their brain. And so I really appreciate the fact that in the rubric is the creativity, and because that test really missed that huge slice of our students. So I appreciate that. In terms of our gate coordinators, they still will be a part of an overseeing it. Are they going to receive gate training? We used to have the gate coordinators be trained in gate. And what does that mean? And what does that look like? And blah, 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 blah. So that they are uniformed in. Does that make sense?
Well, I think it would be ideal for our coordinators to all collaborate and to work together. I think the idea of what GATE has changed.
Right.
It's not the same service that we would have given years ago. And so that meeting and the collaboration needs to look different to our current standards.
Right.
But we are open to GATE trainings, but we would want to make sure that it is all encompassing, right? So that it's not just art or just science or just
right. No, I agree. But it's like that,
comprehensive.
Just so that one thing that we get kind of hit on is that we do not provide enough support for our staff or our coaches or whatever. And so I'm just asking that, we throw somebody in the deep end of the pool. What does that job entail? What is that oversight? What are the expectations for the oversight? And so that's why I'm asking if there's going to be training. How does that look to fit the program and the needs? That's up to you guys. I just want to know, we get thrown under the bus, so to speak, that we do not provide the support. We do not provide the training, that we don't have one person who's moving out of position be training the next person moving into that position. So I'm just trying to make sure that we are giving that support.
And I think, and I'm gonna touch a little bit, when Feely and I were talking about this program, we said that we wanted to not only tap staff members that one had an interest and a desire, both teaching staff, ELAP staff, whoever it may be, that they're coming in with their knowledge as well and their drive to do this. Our the coordinators, in my vision, it just be my vision right now, is that the overseeing of here's all these kids, more of a management at that point. Here's all of the kids, here's the timing, you know, our parental guidances, just so that's more of a coordination point.
May I also just interject for a moment? You know, one of the true indicators of outstanding GATE programs is that, you know, that multiple measures, that we look at all measures in which to have students have the ability to access the program. In addition to that, project-based learning is a really big function of GATE, and perhaps maybe some support around project-based learning, which encompasses all the things that that the district has developed around this. And I really appreciate the fact that you also have, you know, teachers weighing in on, as Trustee Gardner has indicated, on those multiple measures, because there are a lot of factors in terms of that. But I think project-based learning encompasses everything, where you can provide some PD and support around that, and it really will capture all of that. So there are multiple opportunities for project-based learning training that you can look at. Absolutely.
I have nothing else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
9.11 Educational Services, presentation of the 2025-2026 Rowan World Unified School District Adult Education Program, RAE.
All righty, last but not least. All right, so RIM Adult Ed, drinking from a fire hose. I will say that this year. I've been a busy little specialist this year. I have to say that, at least a trick of all trades, and it's a triple play with my third school this year. So
You're not bored.
no, not bored at all. So already, RIM Adult Ed, ready for short here. And just a fun fact, the picture on the front there, it's been, I think that's the embodiment of how it has been. This is the first day class where we were still getting ourselves prepared, and yet everyone was so willing. And I think that's one of the coolest things about Adult Ed, is that all of these students are willing and ready to learn. And a fun fact, we have about 60 students. So that is more in one classroom that we have than all at Mountain High School in a given day. So it's very exhilarating, but at the same time chaotic. So it's a controlled chaos. So I like it. And I don't know, Mark, if this will work. Yeah. All right.
Too.
All right. So, specialist as the administrator here for RIM Adult Ed. So I'm helping to oversee the program in all areas. And then Jackie Benson's helping to support for admin secretary, who's doing the initial enrollment and intake processes here. We have 3 teachers for Adult Ed. We have Mr. and Mrs. Williams helping to support, where Mr. Williams helps with high school diploma, Mrs. Williams helps with our GED and ABE course, and also Mrs. Paleo helping with our ESL instruction. And as support and services, we do have a plethora of different support here. So we have 3 security guards to help support just ensuring safety on campus. Custodial support, that is a great support that's helping to bridge between the closure for a mountain for the given day and then the start for RIM Adult Ed in the evenings there. And then also the one and only Mark Malone helping to support in all the IT issues and support. It's been fun so far. And also too, we have our consortium as well. So we are proud member of the Inland Empire Adult Consortium, so the IEAC for short, in San Bernardino County. So although we are a rural district, it's fun to be one of the big one of the bigger counties in our California state here. So it's helpful where we're getting a lot of support in there. And in terms of funding, it's one of the last slides here. We'll talk more about that and how it's coming to us free of charge, which is really nice to see for our district. And then also for our mentors, my Obi-Wan Kenobis, as I like to call them, we have Dr. Emma Diaz, who's the director of the Inland Empire Adult Consortium, and also Dr. Mitch Rawson, who's the president of PTC Solutions, which is many of the softwares that we utilize for that program. And for our mission and vision statement, I have it here broken down into bulletins because it is very, very unique for adult student learners than it is from our K through 12. And so I wanted to break this down each and every part here. So the first part in our mission statement is to empower all adult learners and students to achieve college, career, and community readiness. We say that specifically because there are specific ed code requirements and they look different from a K through 12 model. For example, high school diploma requires 180 credits, which is 20 less than Mountain High School, which is 40 less than our comprehensive high schools, Rim High School and Meridian. Delivering high quality instructional programs, emphasizing 21st century skills. So we have all heard of the amazing Edgenuity, but also too, we're utilizing Aztec, which is another software for a high school diploma, and for our ESL course, ASAP, which is like our Aries, and also CASAS, which is the, so to speak, the state testing that we have at the end of the year, but we do this twice in a given semester. So it's state testing 4 times in the school year for it. Promoting equitable and inclusive learning environments. We can set a first impression only once with our students. A lot of these students, you will see them at Ace Hardware, some are from Sky Park, and some are even our classified staff here in our school district. So having a good first impression as a starting school is very important for us here. And drinking from a fire hose, as I like to call it, it's very amusing how it's been going so far. But it's a controlled chaos, and it's really great to see all the students eager and willing to learn. And for vision statement here, fostering community of learners, excelling academically and personally. Adult learners, just simply put, learn different than our younger students here. Our oldest student is 72, and our youngest is right there at 18. So jokingly, I say from the crib to the crypt, working from RVA kinder all the way to senior citizen. I'm there. Mountain High School. That's all of my little see righty. Your friends are can't have escape me.
I'm ready for the credit.
Are we can talk in tube still? I was getting what's wrong with me. I can come better with please let me know.
It's like that being and those 72.
No, that was just full of fun. Let's get me through each and every day. Alrighty. Also to encouraging lifelong learning, critical thinking, responsible citizenship, and supporting meaningful contributions to society by every individual. So a lot of our students primarily come from mountain communities, but also too, they're coming from all over in San Bernardino County. So it's actually, they're kind of holding off the gate, so to speak, of just flooding us with all sorts of students from all different county areas. Ukaipa Adult Ed, Redlands Adult Ed, they're just ready to send us additional students. So it's very nice to see that our programs are sustainable. And in the initial prototype in this first semester here, it's nice to see how we are able to figure out and grow from our areas of opportunity and support for our students overall. Next. Alrighty, so our intake process, a lot of words here to say is something that we follow very similarly with RVA's intake process here. So first, there's the enrollment request. So if an adult student is interested in our program, they're going to reach out to our RVA or our RIM Adult Ed formal request to transfer form link. They can get this 2 ways. One, by calling the number that we have out there at the district office for Jackie Benson specifically, which then she will lead them to going into filling out that form there. It gets the need to know information on certain areas. We have to screen the students as well in other areas as well. So we want to make sure that we have a valid form of ID for one. Their previous employment, things of that nature. And it's really helpful, especially for high school diploma. Fun fact, by having a kid for at least 2 consecutive years in your custody, you earn 20 credits of elective credits in adult ed, which is a really interesting aspect. So we ask these questions specifically, so it helps to give them that jump start and to give them that snowball effect to see the credits are coming in so they don't feel defeated. And in maybe the areas where they did not find success in a K-12 setting, they can find it here. Of course, number 2, orientation scheduling and orientation meeting. They meet with me and Jackie Benson as well to help ensure all as well. Our upcoming ones for spring semester is actually going to be Wednesday, December 3rd, Monday, December 8th, and then a makeup day Wednesday, December 12th in case of the weather. So they'll come in onto our district office here. We do our orientation, get all the information we need, and then we also go right into CASAS testing. So 2 types, pre-test and the post-test. And in the pre-test, it helps to identify where the students will be placed into our program, what specific supports they'll be needing through Aztec, Edgenuity, things of that nature, but also post-test. And that post-test where we can get them at least to go up a score is how we collect ADA, so to speak, for adult ed. So whereas for attendance, we receive in other avenues by having them increase in score and staying in the program is how we're collecting that areas there. Also too, then after that, we have them scheduled to come on into our classes here, which is on our Mountain High School campus, which then classes, first aid class goes in, our teachers help to support, and I do administration office hours with them as well. So from 3 to 5, I help support them on campus by figuring out their individual goals, tailor them specifically to what they are looking for, whether if it's for ESL, looking to just work on their English proficiency, or if they're looking for that as well as taking the GED, or if they're already looking for employment or military, we can help them have that support handoff as well.
Question around that. Enrollment request. Is there a reason that somebody would have to call the secretary to get access to the Google form as opposed to it being just linked on the website?
Yeah, so it's linked on the website as well. So we within our website it's there as well. But then for some of our folks who are unable to find where that link is at, or old school and just looking for just to call and get that support there, we have it too.
Okay.
Alrighty, student learner outcomes. So critical thinkers and effective communicators. So pretty much we follow same confines as we do here at Mountain. And it's on a more touching note, it's actually quite nice to see for our students at Mountain have that warm handoff. Sometimes Mountain High School students, they perceive themselves as the forgotten students. Maybe they have a preconceived notion that they couldn't find success in traditional school, they're not going to find success. And it's nice to see that for students who are super close to graduating, we have that warm handoff with Adult Ed. It's really nice to see, so it helps to support them in communicating their needs. And just in fact, I had a conversation with a student earlier this week who was looking to take the GED because he's so far behind on credits. The nice thing is letting him know that he has that bridge just in case if he doesn't make it in time. So it's really comforting, and at the same time professionally, the integrity piece, it feels good knowing that we're not just saying, okay, well, here's a support off the mountain, good luck. You know, it's really nice to say we can still help to support in those areas too. Alrighty, college and career focused learners. So our students here are focusing on the goal specific of what they are looking to do. So for ESL specifically, I would say the students there, they come with all different pathways they might be looking for. Again, comprehension just for English. If they are looking to take the GED or other avenues. For GED specific, some of our students are trying to know the difference between what is the benefit of the GED and also just getting a high school diploma. So students who are 100 credits or under in high school credits, we advise them to take the GED, not because they cannot take the high school diploma course, but we want them to find that success. So whether it's which way is the fastest way to lead them to what they want to go to. And of course, high school diploma just to ensure that those students are, if they're closer to the credits, or specifically the Mountain High School students, so I'd probably say about like half of them are actually Mountain High School alumni from the past 5 years, which is really nice to see them come back and jokingly the teacher's like, I remember you. All good stuff. Engaged community partner participation. So it is really hard to go to Goodwin's or Stater Brothers now. They just recognize you everywhere you go and students wise. Just in any aspect, our students are all around in our community. It is really fascinating to see. Some are McDonald's, some are in other areas. And it's really cool to see how active in those areas are there. And specifically too, for a lot of our student families and parents and guardians, they also are the ones that are enrolling into our program as well. So it's really great to see that, wow, okay, you know, son or daughter goes to school in the mornings, I'm going to school in the evenings. So it's that nice collectiveness that we are always looking for help for our students. And then lastly, bring graduate pride. And so we ensure that our students, once they graduate, which would be successful completion with their high school diploma, getting a GED score, or scoring high enough on the ESL, they have graduation ceremony. So we do have that scheduled Friday, May 8th, 4 p.m. at the Rim High School at PAC. So we still give them that graduation ceremony. You may ask why we're not having one in for fall semester as well as spring semester. We are currently getting WASC accredited, which will give our students that ability. So if they are looking to go to a 2-year community college or state college, they have that ability to have that. So we wanted to make sure that even if the students are getting close, and we have a few handful that are getting to that point there, that they'll still have all the rights and privileges of being from an accredited school that they're diploma from. Alrighty, so for the courses there, again, I think I shared quite a bit on this here, but for high school diploma, it's 180 credits to graduate. We have about 6 students currently enrolled. We had about 10 that were interested initially. For this here, they do need roughly around 100 credits or so, and also a CASA score of a 2 out of 6 or higher. And that's the general indicator to say that these students will find success in the program. If a student is not scoring or a 1 or lower, which is or under 100 credits, we do advise them to focus more on the GED, the test taking skills, best practices on those areas there. For our GED courses, we had about 8 students. That one had about 15 students that initially enrolled in there. You'll see here it says GED High Set. The High Set program is more for students who are earning a GED, but they've had a lot of schooling from a different country. And in those areas there, it would look a little differently on the confines on those pieces there. We had removed the high set aspect at this time since we had no applicable students on there. So we replaced it with the ABE, which is the Adult Basic Education. So if there's a student that is testing of a 2 or lower, it perhaps would, say that maybe they're at a 4th or 5th grade reading level. So we want to make sure that we're giving them work that's not overwhelming in those areas. And then also ESL there, focusing on different areas for on Aztec, the software that we have. And then also to a fun fact, they can take the GED in Spanish, which is a nice bridge as well for our students. Supports there as well. All right, next slide. All right, so attendance policies and semester dates. So again, our first classes did begin second week of school here. So our students were officially enrolled August 12th. We will go until December 18th. Spring semester runs from January 8th and it'll go all the way until May 9th. So they do meet weekly in the evenings for the designated days there. So high school diploma meets Tuesdays, 5:30 to 8. ESL meets Wednesdays, 5:30 to 8. And GED meets Thursdays, 5:30 to 8. And we follow all the same district school closures and holidays and any of those aspects there too. And attendance policies, we do ensure that our students are arriving at 6 p.m., staying no longer than, or leaving no earlier than 7:30. They earn 2.5 hours each class. For them to take the GED, they have to have at least 40 instructional hours per time that they're doing it. And with the GED test, it does cost the student money. So we want to make sure that they are finding success and they're having a score high enough on CASAs to have them be in a good place to find, the best possible placement for them to take the test there. Alrighty, we can skip that slide, Mark. I think I did that one twice. Perfect, and that one as well. Alrighty, so CASAS assessment overview. So CASAS is the state testing for adult ed there, and it's basically what we are utilizing to ensure that we know where to place these students at in the areas there. The CASAS test is probably the single most the most stressor that I have seen in adult ed thus far. There's a lot of protocols and procedures specific to it. It's a secure testing environment, browser that they have to go on. And they have to facilitate the test from a certain time, and they have up to 90 minutes to take the test here. And it's also to ensuring that our students don't give up during the test. We had a couple students who are feeling defeated and just needed a mental break to step away. But unlike K-12, we can't suspend a student if it is with unideal behavior. So we're trying to help them feel empowered and lifted to come back and take the test while making kind choices so they don't get suspended or expelled, which is just exited out of the program. With the CASAS assessment scores, scale range from 1 to 6, where 6 does demonstrate proficiency in the area there. So in each of the courses there, high school diploma, GED and ESL, they still take CASAS assessments. Outside of the ESL, they're going to be taking for reading and math comprehension. And then for ESL, it's for listening and reading comprehension as well. And once a student has passed all those domains, it does recognize them to take the GED. Currently in our consortium, students who get a 6 or higher, it does is in lieu of taking the GED exam. However, in our consortium, we want to ensure that students are still taking it, so that way when they go to their employer, they have that tangible thing that's there ready for them as well. And then current funding overview. So this is quite the exciting part here. So we're funded $97,000 roughly through Prop 98 and through Assembly Bill 1491, which is a funding source that says that consortiums cannot hold on to overroll and pay. So that money has to be spent at a certain time, which is nice since we're one of the largest counties in Southern California. That means that is funding us, and it's a sustainable source of funding for our district for ideally years to come, knock on wood. It allows us to able to support all of our students as well in those areas too. Everything from the desks that we purchased, the Chromebooks that the students are using, headphones, testing facilities, all the salaries are going towards our teachers and support staff is going for those as well. Also too, we're excited to share that the Inland Empire Consortium is in December working on future ways of how we can request an additional cap on top of the money that we have there. So ensuring that 97,000 can increase a little bit more if we are successfully in funding for that. And it would help to support us so that for years to come, it would be an increase in that value there. But on the next slide, Mark, funding future opportunities that we can have as well is through WIOA. And WIOA, I know there's quite a interesting time to be in. WIOA is kind of going away, it seems, we're not quite sure of the future on that there. But it does offer a funding source that our consortium and other consortiums use for adult ed there. So pretty much it's here to say that students who are adults age 18 that are looking for employment and with the correct information where we can track and see the successes of those students, we're able then to receive funding now. So it can be an add-on to the Prop 98 that we are receiving as well, which would be a great resource that can increase the amount of resources and staff and personnel that we have. If that is something that we can achieve as well. Next slide, please. And then future projections for us too. So we are initiating our WASC accreditation for May 2026. Will be our initial WASC, so we'll be working on that with SAP and make sure we're ready for that.
You're well experienced.
Oh, it'll be my first time. It'll be 3 WASC visits in 2 years, so it'll be fun. And then also too, we're becoming initial stages of being a GED testing facility, which would be a great avenue for not just our students in our district, but also to a neighboring districts as well. And it can be a revenue source for us as well. If we are helping to support students that are in another enrolled in another adult ed program coming to take the GED, there is a fee that the students are paying, but we get that money back as well. So that's another resource that we can utilize. So we do want to create excitement around that and share that information there too, all throughout San Bernardino County, but anyone that is willing to come up to the mountains for a scenic place to take a test. All right, and then also professional development. We have a lot of professional development coming up. Jackie Benson and I, we attended the CASA Summer Institute at the end of last school year, which is the state testing. And then we also have state conferences. That's going to be the entire team, as well as myself and Jackie as well, to really just help us with best practices and how to support our students and the supports that we're seeing in all the latest softwares are being utilized as well. And seeing if Aztec and Ingenuity are the pieces that we want to use moving forward. All right, and that is it for me. Any questions?
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
10.0 discussion / information items. 10.1 legislative and advocacy report, fiscal impact none.
Since the legislators have been out, bills have been signed or not signed by the governor, we're in limbo. So there's no report. However, from Sandabs, we're in the process of revisiting and revising the state and federal platforms. I'm going to be sending you guys the platforms and I need your feedback if you have any suggestions for the Sandapps platforms. And those do get printed and then they are leave behinds with legislators, both at the federal and state level. So that's it. You're going to get homework. You did get emails today from Capital Advisors. I forwarded them to you on a couple of updates, so no need to do anything else. So thanks. Short and sweet.
Anybody else? No? Okay, moving on. 11.0 discussion / action items. 11.1 superintendent revision of the ATAT. Board policy VPs and administrative regulations ARs, BP 0410-BB 9011. First reading, fiscal impact none. So we were given a lot of homework. There's a guide sheet that was provided, or just tons of board policies for us to look through and their accompanying ARs. What I'm thinking in terms of structuring our discussion is as similar to our consent calendar, going through and pulling which ones there that you wish to discuss. So if you want to take a moment, I don't know if you have a list of them. What we can do is make sure that we are pulling the ones that we want to discuss and then go through them systematically. Give you some sort of a sign when you're ready to let me know which ones you want to do. You can do them anytime and I'll just keep a tally.
I don't know if we want to discuss it or not, but there's ones that stand out to me that that really stood out. You got 0441 artificial intelligence.
That one was actually pulled in terms of, it is listed on the item here, but there is a committee that we put together to develop our board policy or to make recommendations. So that really, actually, that one should be tabled until we've had that committee convene and provide the recommendations.
I was looking at the uniform complaint form for Title 91312.3.
312.3.
And if anything, it's just I'm not saying in some ways let me be broader. In some ways, we can't do anything but accept these.
Right, because they're already vetted through legal.
Mhm.
And
So
so they,
we really can't do anything but accept them. So that's why, is it really appropriate to discuss them? Because we really can't take action to really change anything. We need to go with them. So that's my hesitancy in, do we discuss any of them at all? I'd sure like to have some conversations with some of you.
yeah, I mean, we can have a conversation, but in terms of deleting anything from it, you can't, because they have to provide to ed code. But we can have discussion, especially if there's a question within the policy. If I have a question on the lactation one, but that doesn't mean that I'm, fun.
Comes out of
Predictions are like, okay, do we? So, but which one do you want to have discussion on, Bill?
Yeah, which ones do you want to have? I mean, I've got some I'd like to discuss as well.
Okay, why don't you note the ones that you want, because I've had sexual harassment, 4119, which has multiple parts to it. I have the parent guardian notification, 5145.6. There's multiple ones on sexual harassment. I think we might want to discuss the athletic competition, 6145.2.
I have that one down as well, yeah.
Point of order, Madam President.
Yep.
Have we had a first and second to open up discussion for this?
No, we haven't. Actually, you're right. So,
I'm not sure, but does it require a motion to?
For discussion.
This is just discussion.
It depends on whether we have action items that are taken. At this point, it's a first reading. So if we
discuss something on the agenda unless we open it up.
Right.
So let's open it up.
Okay. May I will entertain a motion to open up discussion on 11.1.
So moved.
Cindy,
Second.
Bill, let's have a discussion or, yeah. So. Trying to get some structure on this. So, how about, because it is a little bit random here, I'm looking through the guide sheet. I'm going to go through and just stop me if there's ones that you want to discuss. That way we can make sure that we're covering everything. 0410, with non-discrimination in district programs and activities is basically a posting requirement. And then the next several were ones that we do not have as a district because of the charter school requirements. Okay, looking at the third page, we have, board policy 0440 district technology plan, which was one that I did have a couple of comments about.
All right, let's do that. So
Okay.
open up the comments, Vicky.
So on board policy 0440, the thing and reading through it, in paragraph 3, it mentions in a vague way in terms of having, let me see here, let me pull it up, paragraph 3. The superintendent or designee shall develop and regularly propose revisions to a comprehensive technology plan. So to me, that was kind of vague in terms of, so wanting to consider more specificity in terms of us reviewing that technology plan, especially considering this original plan was adopted 30 years ago. And it hasn't been something that has really been touched since then. So wondering if we want to somehow build into it some sort of trigger, or at least as a district have a trigger in terms of when we are reviewing that plan. That was my thought. Any thoughts?
So you want to build on a schedule.
So there's gonna be some changes that they're not gonna no longer require a technology plan. So I want to just make sure that you're aware of that. If we make changes when there's not gonna be a requirement for technology plan, there's really no need to.
Good with that. All right, so y'all good with moving on from 0440? All right, anything else? So we've got comprehensive safety plan 0450, a board policy on district and school websites, which again, I had some question about.
Go ahead.
Which it says in the policy that we have our school district's design standards and content guidelines. Do we have those posted somewhere?
You know, we have worked extensively with legal on making sure we comply with the website's requirements through our recent audit. So I do think we've complied with all of those. Ms. Malone, do you want to comment from back there a bit?
What problem?
Yeah.
That was a nodding of his head, no. Don't forget your coconut. Need somebody in the back? Yeah, you need somebody in the back.
On the advice of my lawyer. So as far as compliance, under the audit that we've been going through, we haven't received any further instruction from the OCR, so.
That's good.
It's good, or it's just they haven't gotten around to us, one of the two, because they haven't, it's been on and off for a year, so. I know with all the changes at the federal level, so I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but everything that they've asked us to do, we've been in compliance with that.
So what I'm looking at within specifically policy 1113 is it says the superintendent or designee shall establish design standards for district and school websites in order to maintain a consistent identity, professional appearance, and ease of use. I'm just wondering as far as moving forward, or whether that is something that we already have established, or is that something that we need to establish?
It's established.
Okay.
So I have a question in terms of it says that we're not to publish staff's personal emails or personal phone numbers. However, my question is, why do we not even have teachers on school site, on the school sites? And they're gone, and they've been gone, and then so you're trying to find out where the teacher are, and to contact that teacher. So it's not prohibited to list the teachers at a school site and staff with their district email. And for community members who are trying to find out, like, oh, who's the NHS advisor so that I can get student volunteers to help with PTA events. There's no way to figure that out. And so my whole thing is that I've looked on other websites from other districts, and the teachers and staff are posted on the sites, on the district office. The other thing is that Some sites have, especially at high school level, they even have departments. You see, you click on science department, all the science teachers come up. So if you want to know who teaches science, they're right there and you can click their email address to contact them. I don't understand why we don't have that. And I read the policy and there's nothing in the policy that says that we can't list staff with their district emails. We just have to protect their personal. Just absolutely floors me.
We can work on that.
Because I looked because, you know, I understand that we want to try to protect our staff, but our staff using their district email, that is not personal. So we should be able to have that information on the website. Everybody else does.
We can provide follow-up information to the board on that.
Thank you.
Great. Is there anything else related to 1113? Yeah. So the next board policy is the one you mentioned, Bill 1312.3 on uniform complaint procedures.
Thanks, Mark.
Go ahead, because I don't have my notes on that. It's just one that I noted that.
Can I ask, which staff, Mr. Hanson, to respond to that?
It's a question. No, I said,
Yes.
I said, I don't have my.
Okay. So, a lot of those that the sexual discrimination and, harassment, those are mandated from the state, so, it would not be.
You can't change the language.
Can't change the language on
What category of students or
Yeah.
personnel.
Yeah,
You can't change.
so
that.
those are straight adoptions.
Well,
They're all of these are really right. But some of my questions, and first, I don't have my notes on that particular one. But there's things like examples that get removed. Why do the examples get removed? There's things like that. That I'm just.
There's a lot of redlining.
A lot of red line.
There was, yeah.
I'd like to make a point of order comment. We need to not have this ever happen to the board again, where we have this many different policies that we have to look at, especially all at one time.
Yeah, 920. Yeah.
A lot of school boards will have a policy committee and they'll assign one or two, usually the younger board members or newest ones to say your job is to, one, get familiar with our board policies and two, identify and.
Newest or youngest?
Newest.
You know, we do have a workshops opportunity, so that's the preference of the board. You could table this item, bring it back for a workshop. We have a full workshop scheduled in January, February. So we could look at that, but if the board is wanting to defer this, to require more time. So that is an option you can say.
I read them all.
So did I.
Like,
This still is the first reading, so if there's anything between now and the second one, you could always,
the workshop.
yeah, if there's anything that requires further discussion, we could always pull those.
That would be a recommendation if we look at
Let's do
that
that.
workshop.
Sounds good. If there's comments now, do you want to do the comments now or just wait until the workshop?
Well, we did the first reading here.
Okay.
And are we going through are we still going through one by one or just bringing up what we had?
I'd say being able to bring up the comments on the ones specifically that we have right now, so that it's not.
If the staff could do the research to bring it back to the board.
Yeah.
Then I have a question on the 4033, the lactation accommodation. So it was interesting, I had forgotten about this one. And my question is that we're supposed to provide a facility that's private, that's clean, all of that other stuff. So do we have a designated place at each campus that has been specifically identified and staff knows of it? So it's really a follow-up question, making sure that we have followed up on implementing this.
Yeah, every single site has has a designated area for that, and the policy states that they can work directly with the district, a district office person, or go to their site or site administrator or department head, not department head, but like Jen Cenas, sorry. So we kept that in place, so they're the first point of contact, and then the site directors could come to us and HR to say if there's any questions or anything, but we have all this in place already, so we're good to go on that.
And processes in case they, because they have a break, and so they're supposed to do it during break, but sometimes that's not possible. I'm just-
Yeah, no, it's.
And we do, and this policy says that we allow for an accommodation other than just during the break.
We allow for reasonable time. That's what the policy said, reasonable time.
Okay, thank you.
And what do the teachers do for accommodation for that student who may be missing something significant in class?
Well, that's where like secondary, at secondary RHS, they have the resident sub at the elementary level. They can, it's not something that you just obviously, it's something that we plan out. It's a planned event. They have accommodations in place. They have the necessary resources in place to ensure that happens.
Okay, then the next one I have is 6145.2, the athletic competition. So I have questions on that one. So you are technically the Title IX coordinator / compliance officer, or is that the AD? Do you understand?
For the district side of it, the Title IX coordinator is Paul Robinson, the Director of Special Services.
Okay.
I am the final decision maker in the Title IX process.
Okay, and then within the policy, it just outlines that, coaches are going to be trained on the AED and all this heat illness and, all that. We don't have an athletic trainer who really would be encompassing so much. So every single coach has the same exact training to meet the requirements of this policy.
This policy is covered by the state mandated training for the coaching that is required. Before a coach can coach, they are.
Any assistant coach.
Anybody who steps on the field more than one time in a capacity has to follow these laws and these mandated trainings to fulfill their coaching requirements. That includes volunteers, that includes assistant coaches, that includes all non-paid coaches and head coaches. The only thing it doesn't, if a one person comes out and maybe, as a former baseball coach, work with the catches for a day or two, they do not.
Because they're under supervision.
Exactly.
I have questions related to this one as well. One is that under the California Interscholastic Federation, third paragraph down, it says the designated representative shall vote on issues that impact interscholastic athletics at the league and section levels, perform any other duties required by the CIF league, and report regularly to the board on league, section, and statewide issues related to athletic programs.
That doesn't happen.
So there's a chain of command, at the site level, the principal, admin and athletic director, is the point of contact in that specific, area. And then, as you will see in the consent, it will be representing the district. I'll be the CIF district, person, in the consent if approved. And then, we will work on presenting the CIF in that recommendation that they are asking for. We'll work on that to get in front of the board.
And so in terms of getting those right, I mean, I think, the 8 years almost that I've been on the board, I haven't gotten a single update related to that.
So I have a question. We have the rim height. I'm going to piggyback on what you just said. Can we piggyback that kind of update to the board within the rim high school presentation, you know, the principal presentation, can we?
I don't see why not, because
Because then it's all encompassing, so the
Yep.
AD can come and give that part of the comprehensive update to us. And then it's embedded in a report and can never be forgotten again.
And that's because there's no clear definition of how this has to be reported out to the board. It can be very much intertwined with an RHS.
Perfect. And then that way it's common standard practice for us.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the AD. That would be the decision of the board to have the AD here. It could be the principal that represents the athletic director in that sense as well.
And because the CIF organization really is guided with principles. And so principles really have the lead. That's why we're voting on this on the consent tonight.
And then one other thing related to this one is historically, there are times have been problems with making sure, say, ice is available during a competition for safety purposes. Several years ago, I remember that being a concern. Do we have a checklist of things that need to be on hand? You know, whether field, court, whatever.
Yeah.
Do we have like that checkoff list, make sure that those are available in case something does happen, then we're not like reacting and trying to search for it.
Yeah, there is the necessary athletic training. I can't think of the words right now, but to ensure that we have the proper first aid at every single sporting event, we do have that in place to ensure that. As for the athletic training, I know that Mr. Williams, you and I have spoken to that at great extent. I know that with Ms. Phillips, who's talked about the athletic trainer as well. We totally understand, totally know that there's a need for an athletic trainer at the high school level, just trying to figure out how to do that. And we're in the process of trying to figure out how to do that.
Okay.
And there are opportunities to bring an athletic trainer on board through outside organizations that provide certified athletic trainers. We are looking at that. That was one of the discussion points we had recently about athletics to bring forward.
Well, it would just be mitigate our liabilities and our risks. I mean, we're exposed without an athletic trainer. And I know all the coaches are trained on these things specific to this policy, but I just feel like having that exposure, and if we can mitigate it and lessen it, I think that it brings a certain comfort level at the board level that we've covered our butts as much as possible.
100%
And that
agree.
was a part of that discussion that
Yeah.
we had. It's a really important point.
And we've had this discussion for a couple of years, trying to figure that out. We talked about it through the CTE program. We talked about it through that. And Dr. Sevillano and I spoke a couple of days ago about the exact same, and he brought that up. And so we're looking down that avenue as well.
Sir, further, thank you.
So in terms of, and this goes to other things that require postings for people to see. So 5145.3, which is Title IX prohibitions against discrimination, posting on the website. This has been, like, as a parent, a pet peeve in terms of our websites. But trying to locate things, it's really hard to navigate and where do you, let me find Title IX compliance pieces. I mean, it's just hard to navigate. So, I mean, no offense, Mark, but it would be super easy to have some kind of, on the left-hand side of a website, these quick link to parent volunteer packet, to the parent driver permission slips, those kinds of things, but also these prominent postings that we have to make sure that are in our policy. Yes, they're embedded. If you go into personnel and you go and all the way down here, and then you finally find Title I, and then there's a big, huge list. As a parent or a community, I don't like all those clickings. Is there any way the most important compliance postings that we have to do to community, parents and stuff, is there a way to contain it so it's easier to look for, as well as like the parent volunteer forums and the facility use request and the driver permission slips. It is so hard to navigate.
I can speak for the Title IX piece of it, because we're going through the civil rights review at the high school right now. And that was one of the things that they talked about, or on the form, is the Title IX being easily accessible.
Exactly, it's not.
And Mark and I have been working on it through the civil rights review about where can we put this in a better place to ensure that you can find that Title IX complaint in an easier place. There's quite a few places. I mean, we got requests from RTA and CSEA. Can we have it readily available for the union contracts? So we've been working on that. And Mark and I have been working closely together on how to, make the website a little bit user friendly. Mark, I'm not bashing the promise. It sounds like that's maybe.
But it's just as a parent.
But Mark's been under a lot of, not pressure, but with the civil rights review OCR that he's been doing for the last couple of years has been a lot. And we're like, Mark, what about, can we do this? And he goes, yeah, we can, but let's get through the OCR too, because if we make the change now, they may come back and say, why'd you make that change? We're still going through. So once we hear back from the OCR saying that we're good to go, then we have a better clearance of how to do it. But what you're saying, we totally understand.
And like the UCP form, I mean, that's another one. When we talk about us as board members, the chain of command for a parent to take to go through stuff, it's them just go to our website and there's this, and they cannot find it. They cannot find this stuff. It's not easy to look for. And yet we're supposed to have them readily accessible within as detailed in several of these policies. And I just think that these most important things need to be very easy.
Agreed.
We can provide full follow-up to the board on that.
I had one other different concern about that for policy 5145.3. It mentions about having a hostile environment in terms of at a school activity, and brought to mind a Facebook post I saw a couple weeks ago related to on one of the school sites, somebody taking a picture of like an after school activity. And one of the adults there was wearing something that I didn't recognize as being white supremacy type garb. So I'm concerned about how we are to manage something that may not necessarily be on our radar that other folks might recognize, creating a hostile environment, and what kind of liability we might have in that situation.
We spoke to legal on this, very much aware of what you're speaking to. Trustee Redmond is, we aren't liable for what they wear because we do not know everything that is out there. As long as we address it in a timely manner, it was brought to our attention at the district level. We contacted Ms. Nagle-Smith about it. She took care of it in a very timely manner. And we addressed the issue saying that, you cannot wear that on there. So as long as we address it in a timely manner, we got back to that particular person that sent us the email. And if we see it and we recognize it, then we can ask them at that particular time, hey, that's an offensive, and give them the reason why, and then ask that person to kindly remove it or step off campus.
The other side of that particular issue is confidentiality, that we have to also address, releasing, names of individuals or pictures of individuals. And that's another factor in terms of how this one kind of tumbled out.
Are there any other policies? I just had an observation looking at the Word document. It looks like we are no longer recognizing them as Rim of the World Unified School. The policy it previously was listed as district board. Actually, it's our policy manual, and it looks like Rim of the World Unified School District is being removed from each of the documents. And just curious as to the reasoning behind that.
These are policies that we will then, once approved, we will send back to CSBA for adoption. and they'll include all of our information on it.
6145.2 athletic competition. The governing board recognizes that the district's athletic program constitutes an integral component of the educational program and helps to build a positive school climate. It's too bad that we couldn't have read that earlier, because I think that is, if that is, in some ways I'm saying, I think some of our parents wonder if that's true of us. But that is right there, stated board policy. The superintendent or designee shall ensure that equivalent athletic opportunities are provided for males and females, and that students are permitted to participate in athletic activities consistent with their gender identity. How do students identify themselves and their gender?
I think you're reading from the administrative regulation of the proposed board policy.
I think I was this time. No, I have regulations down below. How do students identify their gender?
They identify, they self-identify, and how they self-identify is based on, we follow the state law of how a particular athlete self-identifies.
I believe this is also going to the Supreme Court.
Yes, that is correct.
So probably also before we, that would be something that we would have to,
Okay,
table till we get
it
guidance.
is in court. There also is stuff between Title IX and the federal government and the state, but the state has a pretty strong education code 2221.5, which is very clear as well, which also each student shall be allowed to participate in any, this is in regulation now, I've switched, shall participate in any single-sex athletic program or activity consistent with students' gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed on the student's records for which student is otherwise eligible to participate. I still don't know how a student identifies their gender. Do I do it to the principal? Do I do it to a counselor? How do I do that so that then if I identify, for example, as female, how do I then get to participate in the female sports?
I will get you that official answer, and get back to you on that one. But I know there is a formal process that needs to be done through the district and through the site. However, I do not have a complete answer to answer that question.
Thanks, Shannon. And goofy one related to that. And I think this is in regulation, but it says each school that offers competitive athletics shall at the end of the school year post on its school website or on the district website, if the school does not have a website, the following information. This again is in Education Code 221.9. The total enrollment of the school classified by gender. The number of students enrolled at the school who participate in competitive athletics classified by gender. Are we classifying different genders, or just everyone who identifies gets grouped into that male or female?
However that student athlete identifies himself with the legally, that's how they're identified. So
then we're just having two genders when we post it.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's based off of their rosters.
That's correct.
Two genders.
Yes, because
It's not multiple genders.
because the sport that they participated in, we have male and female sports.
And I I found it on what you were talking about in the board policy is the superintendent or designee shall ensure the equivalent athletic opportunities are provided for male and females, and that students are permitted to participate in athletic activities consistent with their gender identity. Yes,
That's what I read.
Yes.
So to follow up on that, because we did receive the CIF, you sent us the CIF guidebook in terms of transgender athletes. I was kind of surprised to see that a student can identify as female for one sport and male for another sport. And we have to, yeah. So they could identify as a female and for girls volleyball, but then later I'm really great at track and I'm gonna identify as male to run track. So they can do that then, so that's.
Back to my first
Right, that's why I'm pointing to you, is then if the kid is going through the process to legally define which gender they're going to enter sports into. However, they're allowed to change their mind, and then does that process have to go through again for them to identify differently later in the year for a different sport? We're gonna have to keep track of it.
We're gonna have to keep track of it. I have no answer for you on that one, because this is the first I'm hearing about this, about changing from male to female. That's the first I've heard about this, and so I'll be doing research on it.
And that document was provided by the state CIF.
Right.
On toolkit on gender equity.
I read that whole manual thing you gave us.
And even as we question this or do something or want to change it, it has to still go back to legal, still has to, there's a whole process, correct?
Yeah, there's a whole process on this one, and as we mentioned before, this is going up to the Supreme Court, so the decisions that are made today could be changed, within a short time period.
And today we're not approving anything at this point, it is a first reading.
It's just, that's why I'm, in terms of being able to switch sports, that we have procedures in place to follow this policy for a child that may be really gender fluid during the whole year.
And what is our responsibility for really the mental, emotional needs of that student also that go beyond athletics?
Exactly. What supports are in place at the site.
And for the other players, the players who may not be playing, ones that are removed from competition, who otherwise would have been competing.
There is a section in the toolkit that provides that guidance for counselors, school administrators.
Are there any other items for discussion on this?
I just wondered, where do we publicize sexual harassment complaint procedures on campuses? Because it appears that it needs to be in multiple places and every campus.
I know it's in the staff lounge, and it's in the front office, and it's posted throughout. So there's it's visible to public and to staff.
And do you have any idea why it was removed that we may require interim separation of the complainant and the alleged harasser? If you tried to rape me, I can't be separated from you, is what it's now been removed. Do you know why that would have been removed?
No, I'll need to look into that, because if we're talking the Title IX, under Title IX, you cannot make any negative, you can't do any negative consequences towards a respondent until the Title IX investigation is concluded. So that's one of the conversations that we have going into a Title IX complaint. With the complaint, we go through, that's one of the steps that we go through. What you're referring to, I'm not quite sure.
It was 4119.11.
4119.11?
Yeah.
I'll look into that.
And it relates, I'm sorry, it was 4119.11. And I'm sure it relates somewhat to the Title IX as well, because you can't do anything to the person who is the alleged harasser, the alleged, that's the other word for it. So you can't separate the victim, and yet you could have a very serious situation.
You can have a very serious situation, and so all those questions are asked, and there is a part in the Title IX complaint to where if the investigator feels or the Title IX coordinator feels that that there is such a potential of I can't think right now. Potential harm, thank you. If there's potential harm between the respondent and the complainant, the coordinator has the right to separate those two and to go into consequences against the respondent if the need of, if there is a large amount of harm that could happen, or harm in general.
I'll just say that it does strike the language, but it doesn't say you can't separate. So even if you remove that sentence and read it as it was, there's nothing that would, there's nothing in that reading that would lead you to interpret that you cannot separate people.
No, it was in a policy. Yeah, and the problem was, as I read that, I'm like, oh, well, you better not separate now, is the way it felt to me. Not that the words necessarily said that, but since that's not there, it's like, well, you better not. And it's partly what Shannon was just touching on, that you, so if I made a false accusation against you that was really horrendous, well, you can't just take action on that either. So this stuff is really challenging.
Yeah. Just, if I may excuse the principals for the meeting at this point.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
We appreciate you.
Happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
And just on a totally different note, more than one place, there were examples of sexual harassment, which got removed. And I'm not sure why, because it seemed like they were helpful. So why were they?
Yeah, that's the state CSBA that pulled that out. I have no, not CSBA, state law. State law, sorry.
The state law pulled it out?
The state pulled it out. So they pulled it out. I do not know why the state pulled it out. I have not heard anything along those lines. If they're changing words, I'm going away from sexual harassment. I do not want that.
Usually when something like that is done, it's done legally.
Yeah.
But there is a reason.
Yeah, I do not know
And
that.
I'm like, I don't understand. It seemed helpful.
Please drive safe, y'all.
Okay.
We need
Okay, all right, so I would love to, Cindy, if you would mind, modifying your motion to have us, continue this first reading discussion in a workshop in 2026.
First read or second?
Or do you guys want to go on to the second?
No,
reading?
let's go on to the second reading.
Okay, then if you could modify the motion, please.
No, there's no modification because it states first read, so we're gonna vote on the first read.
Okay, then I'm just, are you guys ready to vote?
Oh, Scott's not here. Scott, no.
Okay.
And then the second read, and then second read, we can bring up, like Bill can bring in his notes and we can take another look at it. And then that way,
In the works.
But you could
Yes.
modify the second read to say, I'd like to adopt everything, but.
exactly,
Policy action.
exactly.
All right.
But we really can't not adopt.
Do you have the discussion?
It's more right now, it's got to be amended.
And like, the problem is that I can do something liable.
I know. That's why they really can't.
You can add to
This is
it.
like, you really have to represent damn these. Yes. All the policies have to be simply just taken.
The only time there
Because of
are,
the legal issues.
yeah,
And we are, these are the policies that we're out of compliance.
Yes.
We need to get into compliance.
Yes.
So we minimize our exposure.
that's why it's something to do.
Correct.
Be done the first week.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, 11.2 Superintendent Dissolution of the Standing Board Committee on Social Justice, Fiscal Impact None. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Bill,
Second.
Cindy, discussion. Calling for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.3 Superintendent establish a parent, community, and student advisory committee to provide Meaningful feedback to the district for continuous improvement efforts. Do I have a motion? So moved. Cindy.
Second.
Is that Bill?
Yes.
Discussion. Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.4 Superintendent, nomination of representatives to the California School Board Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly. Fiscal impact, excuse me, none. So moved. Cindy.
Second.
Bill? We need discussion.
Yes, I'm going to make a recommendation that we nominate so that they can turn in their application for delegate assembly, which is the next step, which we then vote on that ballot in like February, March. I would like to recommend nominating Christina Behringer from Snowline, Amanda Buchanan from Apple Valley, Tom Courtney from Lucerne Valley, myself from Room of the World, Adam Perez from Fontana, and Scott Wyatt from San Bernardino City Unified. What would happen next is if we move forward with these nominations, Sue, then I gave her the link to the form that needs to be submitted for these nominees. And I can follow up with them and just say, hey, guess what? We nominated you. You go turn in your application.
Any further discussion? So, I'm gonna go ahead and, call for the vote to accept the nominees as listed by Cindy. Cindy, do you want to modify your
I make a motion to approve to nominate Christina Behringer, Amanda Buchanan, Tom Courtney, Cindy Gardner, Adam Perez, and Scott Wyatt to the CSBA
I second.
delegate assembly.
Okay,
Point of order.
You have.
We're just doing a motion on the Region 16 delegates.
Yeah, right.
We have to finish that
You have to
first.
second.
No, I did
These are Region 16.
those are Region 16.
So now but
She amended her.
She just amended
So
her
you have to
motion.
second it.
you amended your motion.
Yeah,
Second.
okay. Now, I'm assuming no further discussion?
Well, question, so why those and why not somebody like Eric Swanson and this Karen Gray?
Because their seat isn't up till 2027. The dates are next to their names as to when they're up for election again. So if you look at 2026, the ones that have the 2026 after their name.
That's how you picked that.
That's it.
But did you do Abigail?
Doesn't look like it, or Heather.
Your comment, if you would like to do that, that's up to you.
Let me go with Cindy's expertise. Second that.
Is there any further discussion?
If there's any concern about it, just so you know, anyone can nominate themselves, and I'm just saying, for anyone who wasn't included on that list, if we have concerns about it, they can continue to nominate themselves, or their boards can nominate them, so it is not a, end all be all here.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote as amended. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.5 Personnel Services Approval of Amendment Number 1 to the Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and Room of the World Unified School District to form a consortium regarding the classified employee grant and program fiscal impact. None. Do I have a motion? So moved. Cindy?
Second.
Bill, any discussion? Calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.6. Business Services Approval to accept and sign the proposal for GM Legacy Concrete for the retaining wall replacement and drainage system repairs for Room of the World High School. Fiscal impact $113,431.07. Budget source maintenance budget.
So moved.
Second.
Bill, Cindy, discussion. Calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.7 Business Services Approval of Resolution 25/26-074 Procurement of Telecommunication Equipment and Services. Fiscal impact none.
So moved.
Bill, second. Cindy, discussion. Calling for the vote, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 11.8, Educational Services Approval of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the Making Connections in Mathematics, MCM, project with Riverside County Superintendent of Schools from 8/1/2025 through 6/30/2029. Fiscal impact none. So moved. Cindy?
Second.
Bill? Discussion? Calling for the vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12.0, consent calendar. Do I have any items that need to be pulled?
Number 2.
Any others? You good? Okay, then I'm going to call for a motion for 12.1, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, and 12.14. So then, Cindy,
Seconded.
is that Jordan?
Yes.
You were a loop for me. Any discussion? Calling for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So number 2 is, so 13.0 items removed from the consent calendar. So we had item number 2 removed. So do I have a motion on item number 2?
So moved.
Bill,
Second.
Cindy. Discussion.
So Dr. Saviano, more than once I've heard you say that the CIF organization is a principals organization. But so I guess related to that is, so Shannon, what's your athletic experience?
Former athletic director, varsity baseball coach for 11 years and athlete.
Good, because I was concerned that whoever is the
Take
second.
that back. I was a pitcher. I apologize. I'm an athlete.
Sorry.
I thought you had been involved in sports, but I couldn't remember, so I had to ask because I think it's important that the principal have a person who really understands athletics, who supports his role or her role. And so that was my concern when I asked for us to look at it.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Just a comment. Just a comment in case people didn't hear, because Whitey Ford's there at best, right?
Yeah.
He was smoking on the ball field. Somebody said, what kind of example were you as an athlete? And he said, I'm not an athlete, I'm a ball player.
Okay, that's why I walked into that. Okay, so I am calling for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. What? There was no need to. Oh, okay. 14, we do?
Oh, look, he gave us a Thanksgiving present.
We can provide information via Friday if it's.
I think it's correct.
There's no action needed on mine.
No action.
Okay, we'll just get the information. Okay. So 14.0 governance team future agenda items planning. 14.1 time allotted for the Board of Trustees to request agenda items for future meetings.
At our workshop, I'd like to make sure that we cover board policies, second reading.
Second reading board policies.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't catch the January. Thank you, Jordan.
We actually have it, the draft is February, because last year we changed it. I just did the draft calendar for next year. So do you want to go back to January workshops? I mean, we can decide that next month.
But yeah, that could be in the organizational meeting, but so just making sure that we have that second reading.
We can discuss it as possibly
Okay.
discussion.
Discuss in the discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion.
That's the discussion.
Any other agenda items for future meetings? Okay, 15.0 future meeting dates, organizational / regular board meeting, December 18th, 2025. 4:00 p.m. Both,
We have a special meeting coming too.
we do have a special meeting. It's not listed in here on December 9th. Was that 4 p.m.?
Yeah.
Here at open session is 24740 San Moritz Way, Crestline, California, 92325. With that will be closed session. And then the organizational regular board meeting in December 18th, 2025, 4:00 p.m. Closed session, 5:30 p.m. Open, open session, that's 24740 San Moritz Way, Crestline, California, 92325. 16.0, we just found that is not necessary. We do not need to recess to closed session. So with that, 17.0 adjournment, 17.1 adjourned meeting. Do I have a motion? Scott,
Second,
Cindy, is there any discussion?
please God.
So we don't have anything that we need from y'all?
Bill. Bill, you are.
We'll hear about it tomorrow. Is there any other discussion?
You have to go to bed till like midnight.
Yeah.
That's kind of true.
Yeah. You should be
I gotta get like two.
So I'm calling for the vote right now.
I don't think
All in
that's
favor?
fine.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Let me see here, the board, we are closed at 10:05 p.m.